Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I still can't believe what happened to my son. It's been almost 20 years, but the memories still make my skin crawl. I've never shared this story online before, but after seeing so many similar experiences here, I think it's time. We moved to Connecticut in the early 2000s. My husband Miguel got a job offer we couldn't refuse, and I was excited for our kids to grow up in a small New England town after years of living in a cramped city apartment. The house we found was beautiful, a colonial with a big yard for the kids just outside Easton. The realtor mentioned we were about a 10-minute drive from the famous paranormal investigators Ed and Lorraine Warren, but I just nodded politely. I wasn't into that stuff. What the realtor didn't emphasize was that our new home was barely a mile from Union Cemetery. At the time, I had no idea about its reputation. I was just happy to have found our dream home. The first few weeks were normal, unpacking, getting the kids enrolled in school, learning our way around town. Lucas was 5 then, such a sweet, curious little boy, and his sister Sophia was 8. They adjusted quickly, making friends in the neighborhood. One Friday night in late September, I suggested we go for ice cream after dinner. It was unseasonably warm, and I wanted to enjoy the last bit of summer before the New England fall set in. We piled into our minivan around 8 o'clock. The ice cream shop was on the other side of town, and on our way back, we took a shortcut that passed by Union Cemetery. As we approached, Miguel slowed down. "This is that haunted cemetery everyone talks about," he said, peering through the windshield at the iron gates and old headstones visible from the road. "The guys at work say people come here at night trying to see the White Lady." "The what?" I asked, not really interested but making conversation. "Some ghost that supposedly walks through the cemetery and along this road. They say she appears with some kind of green, light or mist around her." Sophia immediately perked up in the back seat. "Can we look for her? Please, please." I turned around to see Lucas's reaction. He was staring out the window, his ice cream dripping unnoticed onto his pants. That wasn't like him at all. He never wasted food, especially dessert. "Lucas, you okay, sweetie?" I asked. He didn't respond. Miguel slowed the car to a crawl as we passed the cemetery, more to humor Sophia than anything else. I remember feeling a sudden chill in the car, despite the warm evening. I reached over and turned down the AC. "There's nothing to see, Sophia," I said, turning back to the front. "It's just stories, people." "There she is!" Lucas suddenly shouted, pressing his face against the window. "The lady! She's waving at me!" My heart nearly stopped. His voice sounded different, higher, more urgent. "Where?" Sophia unbuckled her seatbelt and scooted across to her brother's window. "I don't see anyone! Right there! By that big tree. She's wearing a white dress and she's smiling at me." Miguel and I exchanged looks. I twisted around again to peer out Lucas's window. The cemetery was dark, with just a few security lights illuminating the main path. I couldn't see anyone or anything unusual. "He's just trying to scare me," Sophia said, rolling her eyes and returning to her seat. Miguel accelerated, and we continued home. Lucas remained silent, his ice cream melting forgotten in his lap. When I tried to take it from him, he gripped the cone tightly, still staring out the window even though we were well past the cemetery. That night, everything changed. I woke up around 2 in the morning to the most bone-chilling screams I've ever heard. It took me a moment to realize they were coming from Lucas's room. Miguel and I rushed down the hall to find him standing in the middle of his bedroom, screaming and pointing at the window. "She followed us. She's here. Don't let her take me." His eyes were wide open but unfocused. When I tried to hold him, his body was rigid, and his skin felt ice cold despite the sweat soaking his pajamas. "Lucas, honey, there's nobody here," I said, trying to keep my voice calm while my heart hammered in my chest. "It was just a bad dream." He continued screaming, tears streaming down his face. It took almost an hour to calm him down. When he finally fell asleep again, Miguel and I sat in the kitchen, shaken. "It was just a nightmare," Miguel said, rubbing his eyes. "All that ghost talk probably scared him." I nodded, but something felt wrong. Lucas wasn't easily frightened. Even as a toddler, he'd never had night terrors. The next night was worse. Around the same time, I woke to find Lucas wasn't in his bed. I found him in the hallway, walking slowly toward the stairs, with his arms stretched out in front of him. His eyes were open, but he wasn't seeing me. "Lucas," I whispered, putting my hand on his shoulder. He didn't respond. "Lucas," I said louder, shaking him gently. Nothing. He turned toward the window at the end of the hall and smiled. "I'll come with you," he said in a voice that didn't sound like my 5-year-old son. It was flat, emotionless. I scooped him up and carried him back to bed, my heart racing. He struggled against me, reaching toward the window, but eventually fell back asleep. I stayed with him the rest of the night, watching his face twitch and hearing him murmur to someone I couldn't see. This pattern continued for weeks. Every night between 2 and 3 in the morning, Lucas would either wake up screaming or we'd find him sleepwalking. Sometimes he'd be having conversations with thin air. Other times he'd stand at his window, pressing his hands against the glass, like he was trying to reach something outside. The worst part was that we couldn't wake him during these episodes. We'd shake him, call his name, even splash water on his face, but he remained completely unresponsive, like he was in another world entirely. During the day, he had no memory of what had happened, but he was exhausted, with dark circles under his eyes. He became withdrawn, not wanting to play with his sister or friends. We took him to his pediatrician, who suggested it might be stress from the move or normal night terrors that would pass. But when I mentioned Union Cemetery and what had happened that night, he became uncomfortable and suggested we see a child psychologist. The psychologist talked to Lucas for several sessions, but couldn't get much out of him. She diagnosed him with sleep disturbances triggered by anxiety and prescribed a mild sedative. It didn't help. If anything, the medication made it worse. He'd still have the episodes, but now he was harder to guide back to bed because the sedative made him clumsy and disoriented. By this point, I was desperate. I hadn't slept properly in weeks. I was constantly on edge, waiting for the next episode. Miguel started sleeping in Lucas's room, but he had to work during the day and was running on empty. One day at the grocery store, I broke down crying in the cereal aisle. A woman approached me, an older lady with kind eyes who introduced herself as Margaret. She asked if I was okay, and somehow I found myself telling her everything. Instead of looking at me like I was crazy, she nodded with understanding. "You're near Union Cemetery, aren't you?" she asked. I felt a chill run through me. "How did you know?" "The White Lady. She's drawn to children, especially sensitive ones." She wrote down a name and number on a receipt. "Call this woman. Her name is Elena. She's helped others with similar problems." I was skeptical but desperate. I called Elena that afternoon. She agreed to come to our house the next day. Elena wasn't what I expected. She wasn't dressed in flowing robes or carrying crystals. She was a normal-looking middle-aged woman in jeans and a sweater. The only unusual thing about her was the intensity of her gaze when she looked at Lucas. She spent time talking to him, playing simple games, asking about his friends, both real and imaginary. Then she walked through our house, lingering in Lucas's room and by the windows facing the direction of the cemetery. "Your son is very receptive," she finally told us. "Some children are like radio antennas. They can pick up frequencies others can't. The entity from the cemetery has attached itself to him." "What does that mean?" Miguel asked, skepticism evident in his voice. I could tell he was only tolerating this because of how desperate I was. It means she's trying to take him across, Elena said simply. The barrier between worlds is thin for children like Lucas. This entity, this white lady, is lonely. She wants a companion. I felt sick to my stomach. What can we do? Elena performed what she called a cleansing. She burned sage in every room, focusing on Lucas's bedroom and the windows. She placed small pouches of herbs under his mattress and above his door. She taught us a simple prayer to recite with Lucas before bed. The most important part, she said, was a special bath she prepared for Lucas. She mixed various herbs and salts into his bath water and had him soak for 20 minutes while she spoke quietly in what sounded like Latin mixed with Spanish. Throughout all of this, Lucas was unusually compliant. He normally hated baths, but he sat in the herbal water without complaint, watching Elena with serious eyes. That night, Miguel and I were on high alert. We took turns watching Lucas, expecting the worst. But he slept peacefully through the night for the first time in weeks. We thought it might be a fluke, but he slept normally the next night too, and the next. After a week of uninterrupted sleep, we started to believe it was over. But I needed to understand what had happened. I began researching Union Cemetery and discovered its infamous reputation as one of the most haunted places in Connecticut. The White Lady was well known locally, a ghost in a white nightgown or dress, who appeared near the cemetery and along the adjacent road. Some accounts mentioned a green mist or sparkle preceding her appearance, exactly what Miguel had mentioned that night. I also learned we lived just minutes from the Warrens' Occult Museum, where they kept all sorts of haunted objects, including the infamous Annabelle doll. The thought that such things were so close to us made me uneasy. About a month after Elena's visit, Lucas's kindergarten teacher called me for a meeting. She showed me some drawings Lucas had made, all of the same woman in a white dress with long dark hair. In some pictures, she was standing by a tree. In others, she was reaching toward a small boy I assumed was Lucas. He says she's his friend from the cemetery, but she doesn't visit him anymore, the teacher explained, looking concerned. I thought you should know. I took the drawings home and showed them to Elena when she came for a follow-up visit. She studied them carefully. The connection is broken, she said finally, but I would suggest moving away from this area if you can. Lucas will always be sensitive to these things. We couldn't afford to move right away, but we were careful to avoid driving past the cemetery. We also established a strict bedtime routine that included the prayers Elena had taught us. Lucas gradually returned to his normal self. The only lingering effect was his uncanny ability to sense things others couldn't. He would sometimes stop in the middle of playing and stare at empty corners or doorways. When asked what he was looking at, he would shrug and say, "Just someone passing by." Years later, when Lucas was in high school, we learned that Lorraine Warren had wanted to investigate the catacombs beneath his school. There were rumors they were haunted. The school board denied her request, but Lucas told me he sometimes heard voices echoing in the empty hallways after hours. He avoided staying late at school after that. We finally moved away when Lucas was 16. On our last drive out of town, we had to pass Union Cemetery one final time. As we approached, Lucas, who had been listening to music on his headphones, suddenly sat up straight and pulled them off. "Stop the car," he said urgently. Miguel slowed down but didn't stop. "What is it?" Lucas was staring out the window at the cemetery. "She's saying goodbye." I turned to look but saw nothing unusual, just the old headstones and iron fence. "Do you see her?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Lucas was quiet for a long moment. Then he put his headphones back on. "No," he said, "but I can feel her watching." We never went back to that town. Lucas is grown now with children of his own. He's never had another experience like what happened when he was 5, but to this day, he refuses to let his kids sleep with their bedroom windows uncovered. And sometimes, when I'm visiting them, I catch him staring out the window at night, like he's looking for something or someone in the darkness beyond. Story 2. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts. I've always been the practical guy, the one who looks for the logical explanation. But what happened to me at Central State Hospital in Milledgeville has shaken that belief to its core, and I still can't make sense of it even now. I'm a firefighter with the Milledgeville Fire Department. Been doing this job for almost 11 years now. I've seen my share of weird stuff. Houses that collapsed in impossible ways, fire behavior that defied explanation. But nothing prepared me for what I encountered last October. It was a Tuesday night, around 10:30. We got a call about smoke coming from one of the abandoned buildings at Central State. For those who don't know, Central State Hospital used to be the largest mental institution in the world. At its peak, it housed over 12,000 patients. The place is massive, more like a small city than a hospital, with dozens of buildings spread across 2,000 acres. Most of them are abandoned now, just sitting there rotting away. The call was for the old men's prison building. Yeah, they actually had a prison on the hospital grounds. It's this huge brick building with bars on the windows, set way back from the main road. When we pulled up, I could see smoke coming from a second-floor window on the east wing. Nothing major, probably just some kids or homeless people who'd started a fire to keep warm, and it got out of hand. My partner Dave and I were on the first truck. Standard procedure. He'd take the line in while I fed hose from outside. We'd done this 1,000 times. Captain Johnson and the others were setting up additional lines and checking the building perimeter. Pretty routine stuff. Dave headed inside with the line while I stayed back, making sure he had enough slack. The entrance to that building is creepy as hell. Massive double doors that open into a main hallway with corridors branching off in different directions. The power's been off for years, so we were working with just our flashlights and the truck's floodlights pointing at the building. I was standing just inside the entrance, feeding hose to Dave as he moved deeper into the building toward the smoke. That's when I felt it. This weird sensation like the air pressure had suddenly changed. My ears popped, and I got this feeling like someone was watching me. Not just watching, studying me. I turned to my right, toward one of the dark corridors that branched off the main hall. My flashlight beam only penetrated about 15 feet into the darkness, but that's when I saw it. Standing at the edge of my flashlight's reach was something. I say something because my brain couldn't process it as a person. It was tall, ridiculously tall, like 7 or 8 feet at least, and thin, impossibly thin, like someone had stretched a normal person to twice their height. But the most disturbing thing was that it was darker than the darkness around it. I know that sounds impossible, but that's the only way I can describe it. Even in that pitch-black hallway, this thing stood out because it was somehow blacker than black. And its eyes, God, its eyes were glowing red, not like reflective red, like when you catch an animal in your headlights at night. These were actively glowing, like 2 red embers burning in the dark. I froze completely. My mouth went dry, and I could feel my heart hammering in my chest. I'm not ashamed to admit I was terrified. In all my years as a firefighter, I've never felt fear like that. It was primal, like my body knew I was in the presence of something that shouldn't exist. The thing didn't move. It just stood there, staring at me with those red eyes. I couldn't even tell if it had a face beyond those eyes. The darkness seemed to swirl around it, like it was made of living shadow. "Thompson, I need more slack!" Dave's voice over the radio snapped me back to reality. I fumbled with the hose, almost dropping it. When I looked back at the corridor, the thing was gone. Just gone. No movement, no sound. It had simply vanished. I must have looked like I'd seen a ghost when Dave came back, because he asked me if I was all right. I mumbled something about the smoke getting to me and continued with my job. The fire turned out to be small, Just some old mattresses burning in one of the rooms. We had it out in 20 minutes. I didn't tell anyone what I'd seen. What would I say? Hey guys, I saw some kind of shadow monster with red eyes. They'd think I was crazy. So I kept it to myself, tried to convince myself it was just a trick of the light, my mind playing tricks on me in a creepy old building. But I couldn't shake it. I kept seeing those red eyes when I closed my own at night. I started researching Central State Hospital, reading about its history. What I found was disturbing. The place opened in 1842 as the Georgia State Lunatic, Idiot, and Epileptic Asylum. Yeah, they actually called it that. Over the years, thousands of patients died there, some from natural causes, others from neglect, or the brutal treatments that passed for psychiatric care back then. Ice baths, electroshock, lobotomies. The men's prison building where I'd seen the thing had a particularly dark history. It wasn't just for criminals with mental illness. It was where they sent the patients they couldn't control, the violent ones. There were stories of patients being chained to the walls for days, of hydrotherapy where they'd be wrapped in wet sheets and left in freezing rooms. I tried to put it behind me, but I couldn't. For weeks after, I'd wake up in the middle of the night, certain there was something standing in the corner of my bedroom, watching me with those red eyes. About 3 months later, I was filling in at Station 4 on the other side of town. During a slow shift, I got talking with one of their firefighters, Lisa Martinez. Somehow the conversation turned to weird calls we'd been on, and I cautiously mentioned Central State. "That place gives me the creeps," Lisa said. "We get called out there for false alarms all the time." I hesitated, then asked, "Have you ever seen anything strange there?" The look on her face told me everything before she even spoke. "You too?" she asked quietly. My skin went cold. "What do you mean, you too?" Lisa glanced around to make sure no one else was listening, then leaned in. "It was about 6 months ago. We got called to the Baldwin building for a security alarm. Middle of the day, broad daylight. The Baldwin building is on the complete opposite side of the campus from the prison building, at least half a mile away. I was checking the east wing when I saw it," she continued. "Standing at the end of the hallway was this figure, tall, unnaturally tall, and thin, like a skeleton wrapped in black cloth. But it wasn't cloth. It was like darkness itself, had taken shape. I felt the blood drain from my face as she described exactly what I had seen. And its eyes," she said. "Red," I finished for her. "Glowing red." She nodded, looking pale. "You've seen it too." We compared notes. Her experience had been in daylight, mine at night, different buildings, months apart, but we'd seen the exact same thing. And the worst part? Lisa told me she wasn't the only one. 2 other firefighters from her station had seen it too, in different locations around the campus. They'd kept quiet for the same reason I had, fear of ridicule. After that conversation, I did more digging. Central State wasn't just a hospital. It was a place of suffering. At its worst, patients were crammed into buildings with little to no treatment. Many were just abandoned there by families who couldn't or wouldn't care for them. The staff was overwhelmed, underpaid, and undertrained. Abuse was rampant. I found old newspaper articles about patients who died under mysterious circumstances. Reports of screams coming from buildings at night, long after the hospital had closed. Maintenance workers refusing to enter certain buildings alone. The more I learned, the more I became convinced that what I saw wasn't just a shadow or a hallucination. Whatever that thing was, it was real. And it's still there, wandering the halls of those abandoned buildings. I've been back to Central State several times since then, always for calls, never by choice. Each time, I feel that same heaviness in the air, that same sense of being watched. I never saw the figure again, but I know it's there. Sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I'll catch a glimpse of something moving in a darkened doorway or at the end of a hall. But when I turn to look, there's nothing. Last week, We had another call at Central State, a small fire in one of the administration buildings. As we were packing up, one of the new guys, barely 22 years old, came running out of the building. He was white as a sheet, shaking. Wouldn't say what he'd seen, just that he needed some air. The look in his eyes, I recognized it immediately. It was the same look I probably had that night in October. I don't know what that thing is. Some kind of spirit, a manifestation of all the pain and suffering that happened in that place, or something else entirely, something beyond our understanding. I don't know, and part of me doesn't want to know. But I'm sharing this as a warning. If you ever find yourself at Central State Hospital in Milledgeville, whether on one of those ghost tours they sometimes run, or just exploring on your own, be careful. That place isn't empty. Something walks those halls. Something tall and thin with glowing red eyes. Something that shouldn't exist, but does. And it's watching. Always watching. Story 3. I've never really told this story outside my family because, well, who would believe me? It happened when I was in 5th grade, so I was around 10 years old. We were spending Christmas at my grandparents' condo in Santa Rosa, Florida. It's this small coastal town that gets pretty quiet in the winter. Most tourists clear out, and it becomes this sleepy little place where you can hear the ocean from pretty much anywhere. That Christmas was special because we had the whole family together, my parents, my sister, my 2 brothers, and my grandparents. 8 of us crammed into this 3-bedroom condo. It was chaotic, but fun. My sister and I were sharing the guest room with twin beds. My brothers were on the pull-out couch in the living room, and my parents took the other guest room. My grandparents had their master bedroom at the end of the hall. Let me be clear about something. By 5th grade, I was well past believing in Santa Claus. I was at that age where I thought I was pretty smart and had the world figured out. I knew my parents bought the presents. I knew the mall Santas were just guys in suits. I was a big kid now. Christmas Eve went like it always did. We had a big dinner, played some board games, and watched those cheesy Christmas movies my grandma loved. Around 10 o'clock, my parents made us all go to bed with the usual "Santa won't come if you're awake" talk, which was obviously for my younger brother, who still believed. My sister and I rolled our eyes at each other when they said it. The condo had these weird, thin walls, and the heating system made these clicking noises all night. I was used to it by then, but it always took me a while to fall asleep there. I remember lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to my sister's breathing as she fell asleep. I must have drifted off eventually. I don't know what time it was when I woke up. The digital clock on the nightstand was facing my sister's bed, not mine. But it was definitely the middle of the night. That deep, quiet darkness where everything feels still. Except it wasn't still. That's what woke me up. There was a sound in the hallway outside our room. A distinctive swooshing sound, like thick fabric brushing against the walls. At first I thought maybe it was my dad or my grandpa getting up to use the bathroom, but this sound was different, continuous, methodical. Swoosh, 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 like someone walking slowly down the hall in heavy fabric. Then I heard something else that made my blood turn cold. Soft thuds, like something being gently placed on the floor. Thud, swoosh, thud, swoosh. It was happening all through the hallway, moving from room to room. I lay there, completely frozen. The rational part of my brain was saying it must be my parents putting out presents. But why would they be doing it so weirdly? Why the swooshing? And why in the middle of the night when they could trip in the dark? That's when I heard it. A low, rumbling ho, ho, ho. It wasn't like the jolly Santa laugh you hear at the mall. This was deeper, slower, almost mechanical. The sound wasn't loud, but it carried through the quiet condo like it was coming through a speaker. Hoo, hoo, hoo. I felt my entire body go rigid. My heart was hammering so hard, I was sure whoever, whatever, was out there could hear it. I wanted to wake my sister, but I couldn't move. I couldn't even open my mouth. It was like my body knew that making any sound would be dangerous. The swooshing got closer to our door. Thud, swoosh, thud, swoosh. Then our door, which had been left slightly ajar, slowly opened wider. The hinges made this tiny, barely audible creak that seemed to stretch on forever. The swooshing entered our room. I kept my eyes shut tight, but I could sense movement. I could hear the fabric brushing against the foot of my bed, then my sister's. Then the swooshing stopped, right between our beds. Whatever it was standing there, between us, completely motionless, except for what sounded like deep, raspy breathing. I was terrified beyond words. My whole body was trembling, but I tried desperately to look like I was sleeping. I was convinced, absolutely certain, that if I opened my eyes, something terrible would happen. I don't know how long it stood there. It felt like hours, but it was probably only a minute or two. Then the swooshing started again, moving away from our beds, back toward the door. As it left our room, I heard another soft thud near the foot of my bed. Then the swooshing continued down the hallway, with more thuds along the way. What happened next is what really messes with my head when I think about it. From outside, and I mean directly outside the condo windows, I heard what sounded like hooves. Not like horses on pavement, but lighter, like on the roof or balcony. And there was this jingling sound, like small bells moving in rhythm. Then there was this whooshing noise, not the fabric swooshing from before, but like a strong wind or something large moving quickly through the air. And then silence, complete silence. I lay there for what felt like another hour, afraid to move, afraid to breathe too loud. Eventually, I must have fallen back asleep from sheer exhaustion and terror. When morning came, I woke up to my brothers shouting about presents. Sunlight was streaming through the windows, and for a moment I wondered if I'd dreamed the whole thing. But there was this heavy feeling in my stomach, this certainty that what happened was real. I looked at the foot of my bed, half expecting to see a present there from whatever had visited in the night. There was nothing. I checked my sister's bed too. Nothing. As everyone gathered around the Christmas tree, I noticed that all the presents were there, just as they'd been the night before. Nothing new, nothing scattered around the house like I'd expected from all those thuds I'd heard. When things calmed down a bit, I pulled my sister aside. "Did you hear anything weird last night?" I asked her, trying to sound casual. Her face changed immediately. She got this serious look, and her voice dropped to a whisper. "You mean the swooshing? And the breathing between our beds?" My skin broke out in goosebumps. She'd heard it too. She'd been awake too, lying there terrified, just like me. "Did you hear the ho-ho-ho?" I asked. She nodded, her eyes wide. "And the bells after? And that weird sound like something flying away?" We compared notes, and our stories matched perfectly. We'd both experienced the exact same thing, down to the mechanical-sounding ho-ho-ho, and the feeling of dread when whatever it was stood between our beds. Later that day, I worked up the courage to ask my parents if they'd been up in the night placing presents or playing a joke on us. They looked genuinely confused and said no, they'd been asleep the whole time. I asked my grandparents too. My grandma laughed it off, saying we must have had the same dream because we were excited about Christmas. My grandpa, though, he had a strange reaction. He got really quiet and just stared at me for a moment before changing the subject completely. Before he passed away a few years ago, I asked him about it again, thinking maybe as an adult he'd level with me. He still denied knowing anything about it, but there was something in his eyes, I don't know, like he knew more than he was saying. To this day, my sister and I sometimes talk about it when we're alone. She doesn't like discussing it much. Says it still gives her nightmares sometimes. Unlike me, she's never tried to find an explanation. She just accepts that it happened and wants to leave it at that. I've spent years trying to rationalize it. Maybe it was a prank by my brothers. but they were too young to pull off something that elaborate, a neighbor with the wrong condo. But how would they get in? And what about the sounds from outside, the hooves, the bells, the flying away? Sometimes I wonder if we really did just have the same dream. But how likely is that? To share an identical nightmare, down to the specific sounds and feelings? I'm 32 now, and I still don't have an answer. Every Christmas, when I hear those mall Santas go ho ho ho, I get this chill down my spine, because the thing in our condo that night, whatever it was, that wasn't the Santa Claus from the stories. That was something else entirely. And sometimes, when I'm falling asleep on Christmas Eve, I catch myself listening for that swooshing sound in the hallway, hoping I never hear it again. Story 4. I still get chills thinking about what happened to me when I was 10. I've never really talked about it with anyone except my wife, and even she looks at me strangely when I bring it up. But I need to get this off my chest, so here goes. I grew up in Thornfield, this tiny English village that barely shows up on maps. The kind of place where everyone knows everyone, and nothing ever happens. We had one pub, one church, and more sheep than people. That summer, 23 years ago, I was staying with my Aunt Margaret because my parents had gone to Scotland for their anniversary. Aunt Margaret lived on the other side of the village from our house. It wasn't far, maybe a 20-minute walk for an adult, but for a 10-year-old boy with short legs, it took a bit longer. On that day, it was a Wednesday in late August, I'd been playing with my cousin James all afternoon. We'd been building a fort in their garden, and I completely lost track of time. Aunt Margaret came out around 6 o'clock and reminded me I needed to head home before dark. My uncle offered to drive me, but I insisted I was old enough to walk alone. Plus, I knew a shortcut. The regular way home meant walking along the main road that curved around the edge of the village. But there was a path through the woods that cut the journey almost in half. My parents never liked me taking it, especially as it passed by the old cemetery, but I figured what they didn't know wouldn't hurt them. The path itself wasn't scary during daylight. It was well worn from years of use, winding through oak and ash trees. The old cemetery was about halfway along the trail. It had been abandoned for at least a century. No one had been buried there in living memory. The iron gates were permanently rusted open, and most of the gravestones were so weathered you couldn't read the inscriptions anymore. Some had fallen over completely, half swallowed by grass and wildflowers. I remember it was an unusually warm evening. The sun was starting to set, casting long shadows through the trees. I wasn't worried about the dark yet. I still had plenty of time to get home before sunset. Birds were singing their evening songs, and everything felt peaceful. As I approached the cemetery, I did what I always did, walked a little faster and tried not to look directly at it. I wasn't terrified of it or anything, but something about all those forgotten graves made me uneasy. I kept my eyes on the path ahead instead. About 5 minutes past the cemetery, the path crossed a small stream. There was this old wooden bridge. Nothing fancy, just wide enough for a car, though no cars ever used it. The planks were grey with age and creaked loudly with every step. I always liked jumping on them to hear the noise echo through the woods. I was about halfway across the bridge when I saw them. Coming from the other side of the bridge was a group of people. At first, I didn't think much of it, maybe other villagers using the shortcut. But as they got closer, I realized this wasn't just a group of people walking. It was a funeral procession. There were 6 men, all dressed in black suits with these old-fashioned high collars I'd only seen in history books. 4 of them were carrying a coffin on their shoulders. A small coffin, child-sized. Behind them walked a man who I assumed was the priest, holding what looked like a Bible, and following him were several other people, men and women, all in black. I froze. The sun was setting behind them, so I couldn't see their faces clearly. They were silhouettes against the orange sky. I didn't recognize any of them, which was strange in itself. In a village as small as Thornfield, I knew practically everyone. Not knowing what else to do, I stepped to the side of the bridge, took off my baseball cap, and lowered my eyes like my mum had taught me to do when funeral cars passed by. It seemed like the respectful thing to do. They walked past me in complete silence. No one acknowledged me. No one nodded or spoke. I kept my head down, but I could see their feet as they passed. Old-fashioned black shoes, moving in perfect unison. When I felt they had all passed, I put my cap back on and continued across the bridge. But something felt wrong, really wrong. It took me a few seconds to realize what was bothering me. The cemetery was behind me. The funeral party had been walking away from it, not toward it. Where were they taking that coffin? There was no other cemetery in that direction, just the path leading to the other side of the village. And then something else hit me. The bridge. The loud, creaking wooden bridge that practically announced my presence with every step I took. It had made no sound at all when they crossed it. Not a single creak or groan under the weight of 6 men and a coffin. I turned around so quickly, I nearly lost my balance. They were gone. The path behind me was completely empty. I blinked hard, thinking maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me. The sun was setting, casting weird shadows. But no, the path was straight for at least 30 yards back toward the cemetery. They couldn't have already disappeared around a bend or behind trees. They should have still been visible. But there was nothing. No one. My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. My mouth went dry. I stood there for what felt like minutes, just staring at the empty path, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. Could they have turned off the path? No. There was nowhere to go on either side except dense underbrush. Could I have imagined it? But it had seemed so real. The coffin, the men in black, the priest with his Bible, the small coffin, the child-sized coffin. That detail made my skin crawl more than anything else. Why a child? Why show me a child, the funeral of another child? I don't remember running, but I must have, because the next thing I knew I was bursting out of the woods onto the main road, gasping for breath. I ran the rest of the way home without stopping once. When I got home, my babysitter Jenny was already there, looking worried. I was late. She asked what had happened, why I was so pale and out of breath. I couldn't tell her. I mumbled something about getting lost, and she seemed to accept it, though she kept giving me concerned looks all evening. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw them. The silent procession, the small coffin, the faceless men in black. I kept my bedside lamp on until morning. The next day, I asked my aunt about funerals in the village. Had anyone died recently, especially any children? She looked at me strangely and said no. There hadn't been any deaths in Thornfield for months, and the last child who had died in the village was decades ago. I wanted to tell her what I'd seen, but I was afraid she wouldn't believe me. Or worse, that she would believe me and be as scared as I was. For weeks afterward, I refused to use the shortcut. I walked the long way around, even when it meant getting home after dark. My parents noticed, but assumed I'd finally started listening to their warnings about the path. I tried to research the history of Thornfield to see if there was any story about a child's funeral or deaths near that bridge. The village library was tiny, but there were some local history books. I found nothing specific, though there were mentions of a smallpox outbreak in the 1870s that had claimed several children's lives. Was that what I'd seen? A replay of a funeral from over 100 years ago? But why me? Why then? As the years passed, I managed to convince myself it had been my imagination. The setting sun playing tricks, combined with an overactive 10-year-old mind. That's what adults would say, right? That's the rational explanation. But deep down, I know what I saw. I know they were there, and then they weren't. I know the bridge that creaked under my 40-pound frame made no sound under 6 men and a coffin. And here's the thing that still haunts me, 23 years later. I've had normal, explainable scares in my life. I've been startled by unexpected noises, by shadows that looked like people. I know what those feel like. The quick jolt of fear that makes you jump, followed by relief and maybe embarrassed laughter when you realize it was nothing. What I felt on that bridge wasn't like that. It wasn't a startled jump or a momentary fright. It was a deep, primal terror, a certainty that I was seeing something I shouldn't be seeing, something that existed outside the rules of the world as I understood them. I moved away from Thornfield after university and rarely go back. When I do visit my parents, I still avoid that path, taking the long way around even though I'm a grown man now. I've never told this story to anyone except my wife, who listens patiently but clearly thinks it was just a childhood imagination running wild. Maybe it was. I want to believe that, but part of me knows better. Sometimes I wonder if that child-sized coffin was meant for me in some way. Was it a warning, a glimpse of what could have been? Or was I just in the wrong place at the wrong time, accidentally witnessing a moment from another time bleeding into ours? I don't have answers, just questions that have followed me for over 2 decades. All I know is what I saw, or what I think I saw, on that bridge in Thornfield. And every August, when the evenings grow long and the sun sets orange against the trees, I remember those silent figures carrying their small burden, passing me without a sound, and then vanishing as if they'd never been there at all. Story 5. I've been sitting on this experience for months now, not really knowing who to tell, or if anyone would even believe me. But I need to get this off my chest because it still haunts me in the most beautiful way possible. I grew up in Harbourview, Nova Scotia, one of those small coastal towns where everyone knows your business before you do. My grandmother, Eleanor, lived in this old cottage by the sea for as long as I can remember. It was this weathered blue 2-story house with white trim that always smelled like cinnamon and old books. I moved away 10 years ago to British Columbia for work, but I always made it back at least twice a year to see her. 3 months ago, I got the call from my mum that Grandma Eleanor wasn't doing well. She was 94, and though her mind was still sharp as a tack, her body had been failing her for some time. Mum's voice was shaking when she told me, "Emma, you need to come home now. The doctors don't think she has much time left." I booked the first flight I could get, which wasn't until the next morning. The entire flight, I kept thinking about all the things I still wanted to tell her, all the questions I'd never asked. Grandma and I always had this special connection. She used to tell me I had the sight, just like her, this ability to sense things others couldn't. Growing up, I'd often have dreams that came true or know who was calling before the phone rang. It wasn't anything dramatic, just little nudges from somewhere beyond what most people notice. When I finally reached the hospital, it was raining, that soft, misty kind that feels like the sky is just letting go. Mom was in the hallway talking to a nurse when I arrived. Her face looked 10 years older than when I'd seen her at Christmas. "She's been waiting for you," Mom said, hugging me tightly. "She kept saying she couldn't go until she saw you one more time." I walked into the room, and there she was, this tiny figure in the bed, looking nothing like the strong woman who used to chase me around her garden. Her skin was paper thin, her breathing shallow, but when I took her hand, her eyes opened and she smiled. "Emma," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "My special girl." I sat with her for hours that day, just holding her hand. She drifted in and out of consciousness. Sometimes she'd squeeze my hand or say something that made no sense to me, names I didn't recognize or places I'd never heard of. The next day was much the same, except she was even less present. And then, on the 3rd day, early in the morning, while I was dozing in the chair beside her, she suddenly became very alert. "Emma," she said clearly, and I jumped, up, fully awake. "The veil is so thin. Remember what I taught you. Watch for me." Those were her last words. She closed her eyes and passed peacefully about 20 minutes later. I was still holding her hand when it happened. This inexplicable moment when someone is there and then they're just not. Her body was still warm, but Grandma Eleanor was gone. The funeral was small, just family, and some locals who'd known her forever. I helped Mom clean out the cottage, though we mostly just boxed things up to deal with later. Neither of us had the heart to really go through her things. I stayed for a week after the funeral, but eventually had to get back to my job on the West Coast. That's when things got weird. I've always had vivid dreams, but what happened a week after I got back to my apartment in Vancouver was something else entirely. I went to bed exhausted after catching up on work all day. Almost immediately after falling asleep, I found myself standing in Grandma's cottage. It wasn't a fuzzy, dream-like state. It was hyper-realistic. I could smell the salt air coming through the windows and feel the uneven wooden floorboards under my bare feet. The cottage was dark, except for a single lamp burning in the living room. I walked toward it, feeling a strange heaviness in the air, like right before a thunderstorm. That's when I saw her. A woman sitting in Grandma's rocking chair, wearing a black veil that completely covered her face. She didn't speak, but slowly raised her hand and beckoned to me. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I wanted to run, but my feet wouldn't move. The woman stood up, and I noticed she was wearing an old-fashioned black dress with long sleeves. She started walking toward me, and that's when I finally managed to scream myself awake. I sat bolt upright in bed, sweating and shaking. My clock read 3:17 in the morning. The dream had felt so real that I had to turn on all the lights in my apartment and check that I was really alone. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. The next day, I was a zombie at work. I couldn't focus on anything. The image of that veiled woman reaching for me kept flashing in my mind. I tried to rationalize it. I was grieving. My subconscious was processing the loss. It was just a nightmare. But deep down, I knew it was something more. That night, I was terrified to go to sleep. I even considered taking a sleeping pill, but decided against it, afraid I'd be trapped in another nightmare. I stayed up watching mindless TV until my eyes wouldn't stay open anymore. When I finally did fall asleep, I was back in the cottage again. But this time, it was different. The cottage was filled with warm, golden light. It was daytime, and sunlight was streaming through the windows. I walked through the familiar rooms, running my fingers along the spines of books on shelves and touching the collection of sea glass on the windowsill. "I was hoping you'd come back," a voice said from behind me. I turned around, and there was Grandma Eleanor, but not as she'd been in the hospital. She looked maybe 60, still with her silver hair, but her face was less lined, her back straight, her eyes bright and clear. She was wearing a simple white dress I'd never seen before. "Grandma," I whispered, not trusting my own voice. She smiled that smile I knew so well. "Sit with me, Emma. We don't have much time." We sat on the floor in the living room, just like we used to do when I was little, and she would teach me to play cards. Except now, we were talking about things I can't fully remember. It's like trying to recall water slipping through your fingers. I know we talked about death, about what happens after. She told me things about the family I never knew, about her own grandmother who had the sight too, about how it passes down through the women in our family. "The woman in the veil," I said. "Was that you?" She nodded. "Crossing over is disorienting. I was trying to find you, but I couldn't quite manage it right. I'm sorry if I frightened you." Are you okay?" I asked, not knowing how else to phrase it. She laughed then, a sound I'd missed so much it made my chest ache. "More than okay, my special girl. It's beautiful here. There's no pain, no fear, just light and love and understanding." We talked for what felt like hours. She told me about people she'd reunited with, about how time works differently where she is. I asked her so many questions, and she answered them all with a patience and clarity that seemed beyond human. "Can I come back? Can we talk again?" I asked, feeling a desperation rising in me as the light in the cottage began to dim. She took my hands in hers. Her touch felt so real, warm and solid. "I'll always be with you, Emma." Not always in dreams like this, but in moments when you need me. You'll feel me. And then she hugged me. I could smell her perfume, lily of the valley, and feel her soft cardigan against my cheek. It wasn't the frail hug of a 94-year-old woman. It was strong and enveloping, the kind of hug that makes you feel completely safe. "It's time for you to go back now," she whispered against my hair. I woke up crying, but they weren't tears of fear or sadness. It was relief, gratitude, love, all mixed together in a way I can't properly explain. I've had a few more dreams since then, though none as vivid as those first two. Sometimes she's just sitting quietly in a room I'm in, not saying anything. Other times, I only sense her presence, like a warm hand on my shoulder when I'm stressed or worried. The strangest part is that sometimes I'll catch a whiff of lily of the valley in my apartment, which makes no sense because I don't own anything with that scent. Or I'll hear the creaking of a rocking chair from another room, only to find it empty when I check. I've always believed there was more to existence than what we can see and touch, but experiencing it firsthand is something else entirely. I know how this all sounds. If someone else told me this story, I'd probably think they were either exaggerating or their grief was causing them to imagine things. But I know what I experienced. That wasn't just a dream. My grandmother came to say goodbye, to let me know she was okay, and to remind me of the connection we'll always share. The transition from the frightening veiled figure to her appearing in white feels significant somehow, like I witnessed her journey from death to whatever comes after. I haven't told many people about this. My mom would understand, maybe, but she's still processing her own grief. Most of my friends would think I've lost it. But I know with absolute certainty that my grandmother chose to visit me because she knew I would recognize it for what it was. A gift, a glimpse beyond the veil. I still dream about that cottage sometimes. I still feel her presence on random Tuesday afternoons or in the quiet moments before dawn, and I'm not afraid anymore. If anything, I'm grateful. How many people get to say a proper goodbye? How many get confirmation that the people they love are still out there somewhere watching over them? It's been 3 months, and I still can't explain exactly what happened. Science would say it was just my mind processing grief. Religion might call it a visitation. I don't know what to call it except real, the most real thing I've ever experienced. I miss her every day. But now, when I think of her, I don't picture that hospital bed. I picture her in that white dress, bathed in golden light, telling me not to be afraid of what comes next. And for that, I'll be forever thankful. Story 6. I've always been a light sleeper, but last night something happened that has me questioning everything I thought I knew about my apartment security. I'm still shaking as I type this, and I haven't been able to eat or focus on anything all day. For some background, I live alone in a 1-bedroom apartment in Seattle. It's nothing fancy, just a simple place on the 4th floor of a decent building downtown. I've lived here for about 2 years and never had any issues with security. My apartment has an electronic lock system that sends notifications to my phone whenever my door is locked or unlocked, which has always given me peace of mind. About 6 months ago, I started using the Sleep Cycle app to track my sleep patterns. I've struggled with insomnia on and off, and I thought it might help me understand my sleep habits better. The app has this feature where it records sounds during the night and labels them. Usually just my breathing, occasional coughing, or sometimes me talking in my sleep. Nothing exciting. Lately, the app has been picking up me giggling in my sleep, which is weird but not concerning. The recordings always show these labeled as sleep talking, and when I listen back, it's definitely my voice making these little laughing sounds. My friends thought it was hilarious when I told them about it over coffee last week. This morning started like any other. I woke up around 7, made some coffee, and checked my sleep cycle data while eating breakfast. I noticed I had several sound recordings from the night, normal breathing patterns, some rustling when I turned over, and 3 instances of what the app labeled as sleep talking. But then something caught my eye. There was another recording at 2:41 a.m. simply labeled talking, not sleep talking like usual. I didn't think much of it at first. I figured maybe the app just categorized it differently for some reason. I put in my earbuds and pressed play on the recording. What I heard made my blood run cold. It wasn't just me talking in my sleep. There were multiple voices in my bedroom. I could hear a distinct male voice speaking in a hushed tone, then a different voice responding. I couldn't make out exactly what they were saying. It was muffled and low, but there were definitely at least 2 people having a conversation in my bedroom while I slept. I immediately felt sick to my stomach. I live alone. Nobody else has a key to my apartment. I hadn't had anyone over in days. I frantically checked my door lock notifications. The last time my door had been accessed was when I locked it at 7:20 p.m. the night before, right after I got home from work. There were no notifications of anyone entering or leaving after that. I jumped up and checked all my windows, all locked from the inside, just as I always keep them. I'm on the 4th floor anyway, so nobody could have climbed in. My apartment showed absolutely no signs of intrusion. Nothing was missing or out of place. I went back and listened to the recording over and over, trying to make out what they were saying. The male voice was deep and unfamiliar. I could only catch fragments, something that sounded like still asleep, and checked the other before the voices faded. The recording was only about 15 seconds long. I immediately called my building manager in a panic. He came up and we checked everything. Door, windows, vents, everything. He even checked the attic access in the hallway outside my apartment, but it was sealed shut with years of paint and clearly hadn't been opened in ages. He suggested maybe it was interference from neighbors or something from outside, but I know what I heard. Those voices were in my room, not from next door or the street. I even checked with my neighbors on both sides and across the hall. None of them heard anything unusual last night, and nobody had visitors over. The couple next door had been asleep by 10, and the guy across the hall was out of town. I've been scouring my apartment all day looking for any explanation. How could someone get in without triggering my lock notifications? Why wouldn't they steal anything? Why would they just stand in my bedroom talking while I slept? The thought makes me feel violated in a way I can't even describe. I've checked every inch of my closets, under my bed, behind furniture. I've looked for hidden cameras or microphones but found nothing. I've examined the door frame and windowsills for signs of forced entry. Nothing. The worst part is not knowing. If someone broke in, why? What did they want? Were they watching me sleep? The thought makes me nauseous. And if nobody broke in, then what the hell was captured on my recording? I keep going back to the recording, listening over and over. Each time I hear those voices, a chill runs through me. It's undeniable. There were people in my room last night. But the electronic lock system doesn't lie either. Nobody came through my door. I called a locksmith who came and inspected my electronic lock. He said it was functioning perfectly and showed no signs of tampering. He even checked if there was any way to open it without triggering the notification system. According to him, it's not possible unless the entire system was disabled, which would have required access to both my phone and the control panel inside my apartment. I also called the police, but they weren't much help. They took a report but said since there was no evidence of a break-in and nothing was stolen, there wasn't much they could do. They suggested it might have been a technical glitch with my app or interference from another device, but I know what I heard. Those were real voices in my bedroom. I'm sitting at a coffee shop right now because I can't bear to be in my apartment. I don't know what to do. I can't sleep there tonight knowing that somehow someone was in my bedroom. I can't explain how they got in or why they were there, but that recording is proof that I wasn't alone. I've been through every possible explanation in my mind. Could it have been a hallucination? But the app recorded it independently. A technical glitch. But the voices are so clear and distinct. A neighbor's conversation somehow picked up through the walls, but my neighbors confirmed they were either asleep or away. One of my friends suggested it might be a residual haunting or something supernatural, but I've never believed in that stuff. I've lived here for 2 years with no strange occurrences until now. Besides, these weren't ghostly whispers. They were normal human voices having a conversation in my bedroom at 2:41 in the morning. I've been thinking about the building's maintenance staff. They have master keys, but they'd still trigger the electronic lock notification if they entered. Plus, why would maintenance people be in my apartment in the middle of the night? And why would they just stand in my bedroom talking while I slept? It makes no sense. The building manager suggested I install a camera in my bedroom, which I'm going to do tonight. I bought one of those wireless security cameras that connects to my phone. I'm also staying at my friend Kate's place for the next few nights. There's no way I'm sleeping in that apartment until I figure this out. What terrifies me most is the casual nature of the voices. They weren't whispering like they were trying to be extremely quiet. They were speaking in hushed tones, yes, but like people who felt comfortable being there, like they belonged there. The male voice even said something that sounded like, "still asleep." Were they talking about me? Were they watching me sleep? The thought makes my skin crawl. I've gone through all my old sleep cycle recordings from the past few months. There's nothing unusual in any of them, just my breathing and occasional sleep talking. Whatever happened last night was a first. I keep wondering if I should change my locks completely. But if someone got in without using the door, would new locks even matter? And what if they come back? What if next time they do more than just talk? I'm desperate for any advice or explanation. Has anyone experienced anything like this before? Am I missing something obvious? Could there be some explanation I haven't thought of? I can't stop thinking about those voices. Every time I close my eyes, I hear them again. I keep imagining strangers standing over my bed while I slept, watching me, talking about me. I don't feel safe anymore. My apartment was my sanctuary, and now it feels tainted. The worst part is the uncertainty. If someone had broken in and stolen something, at least I'd know what happened. This limbo of not knowing how they got in or what they wanted is driving me crazy. Were they planning something worse? Were they just checking my apartment out? Was it some kind of sick game? It's getting dark now, and the coffee shop is closing soon. I need to head to Kate's place, but the thought of even going back to my apartment to pack an overnight bag makes me anxious. Kate offered to come with me, which helps. I just can't be alone there right now. I'll update if I discover anything else, or if the camera picks up anything tonight. Right now, I just want an explanation that makes sense, because right now, nothing does. Story 7. I still don't know why my dad thought it was a good idea to bring that thing into our house. I guess he never really believed in the supernatural. Not until everything started happening, and by then, it was too late. This all went down when I was about 4 years old, and we'd just moved into this older house in upstate New York. It wasn't ancient or anything, just a typical suburban home built in the 70s, but it had this weird vibe from the start. My mom always said she felt like someone was watching her, even before everything went to hell. My dad worked at this manufacturing plant back then, and about a month after we moved in, this strange old guy started showing up. He wasn't an employee or anything, just this random old dude who'd hang around the parking lot. Dad said he wore these weird necklaces made of what looked like small animal bones and teeth. Everyone at the plant thought he was harmless, just eccentric. One day, this old man approached my dad as he was leaving work. Dad told us the guy started rambling about collections and artifacts, showing off his bone jewelry. Dad, thinking he was being funny, said something like, "Got any human skulls in your collection? Now that would be cool." He was just messing around, you know. He never expected the guy to take him seriously. About 3 weeks later, the old man showed up again, this time with a paper bag. He handed it to my dad, saying, "Your request has been fulfilled." When my dad looked inside, There it was, a human skull. Not some plastic Halloween decoration, but what looked like an actual human skull. Dad said his first instinct was that it had to be fake, maybe some really good replica. The old man refused to take any money for it, just smiled and walked away. Dad brought it home that night. I remember my mom freaking out when she saw it. She's always been superstitious. Growing up in a small town with a grandmother who believed in all sorts of old-world stuff will do that to you. She demanded he get rid of it immediately. That thing doesn't belong in our house, especially not with the kids here, she kept saying. Dad thought she was overreacting. He figured it was just a really good fake, maybe made of resin or something. To appease her, he promised to keep it in the basement, wrapped in an old towel and placed inside a storage box. That was his compromise. The weird stuff started literally that night. My aunt was staying with us to help with my little brother, who was only 2 at the time. Around 3 in the morning, she woke up to get some water and saw what she described as a little girl, maybe 7 or 8 years old, standing in the hallway holding my brother's hand. She thought it was me at first, until she realized the girl was wearing old-fashioned clothes, like something from the early 1900s. When she called out, the girl vanished. My brother was just standing there in the hallway, staring at the empty space where the girl had been. When my aunt asked him what he was doing, he just said, "Playing with my friend." My mom didn't believe my aunt at first. She thought maybe she'd been dreaming or something, but then she started seeing the girl too, always near our bedrooms, always watching us. The weirdest part was that my brother and I never seemed afraid. In fact, I don't remember seeing the girl at all back then, though my brother would talk about his friend all the time. About a week after the skull arrived, my mom started having these horrible nightmares. She'd wake up screaming about someone standing at the foot of her bed watching her. Dad thought it was just stress or something, but it kept happening. Sometimes she'd wake up in the middle of the night and just sit straight up, staring into the darkness for hours. Dad said he'd try to talk to her, but it was like she wasn't really there. Then there were the episodes where she'd start screaming about men in her closet. She'd become hysterical, pointing and screaming that there were men hiding in there watching her. The next morning, she never remembered any of it, which freaked my dad out even more than the screaming. When I turned 5, I started having these extreme night terrors and sleepwalking episodes. I'd wake up in different parts of the house with no memory of how I got there. My parents would find me standing in front of closed doors or windows, just staring. Once, they found me in the basement, right next to the box where the skull was hidden, though I had no way of knowing it was there. The worst incident happened when I was about 5½. My mom woke up around 2 in the morning and couldn't find me in my bed. She searched the whole house and eventually found me sitting cross-legged in front of the TV in the living room. The TV wasn't on, but when she asked what I was doing, I supposedly told her I was watching shows and that I could see them just fine. Then I asked if I could go outside to hang out with my friends. It was the middle of the night in February. When she asked what friends, I pointed to the empty space next to me and said, "They're right here, Mom. Can't you see them?" My brother, who was about 3½ by then, started having his own weird experiences. One night, he came running into my parents' room, hysterical and crying. When they finally calmed him down enough to speak, he said he'd seen Mom standing by his bed, but she wasn't right. When they asked what he meant, he said she was standing too straight, not blinking, and just staring at him without saying anything. The thing is, my mom had been asleep next to my dad the whole time. The activity seemed to escalate over time. Objects would move around the house. We'd put something down and find it somewhere completely different later. My mom's jewelry would go missing, only to turn up in weird places like inside the freezer or buried in the potted plants. The house would get intensely cold in certain spots, even in the middle of summer with the heat on. My parents started fighting all the time. Dad still wouldn't admit that bringing the skull home was the problem, but Mom was convinced. She kept demanding he get rid of it, but by then, Dad couldn't find it. He went down to the basement to look for it, but the box was empty, just the towel left behind. He searched the entire basement but couldn't find it anywhere. That's when he finally started to get scared too. Something had moved the skull, and none of us had done it. The activity got even worse after that. We'd hear footsteps in the hallway when everyone was accounted for. Doors would slam on their own. Once, all the cabinet doors in the kitchen opened simultaneously while we were eating dinner. My brother stopped talking about his friend and instead became terrified of being alone in any room. My mom started waking up with unexplained scratches on her arms and back, small at first, but they got worse over time. Dad found her one morning with 3 long scratches down her back that definitely weren't there when they went to bed. That was the breaking point for him. We moved out 2 weeks later. Dad didn't even try to sell the house right away. He just wanted us out of there. We stayed with my grandparents while looking for a new place. Before we left, Dad tore that basement apart looking for the skull, convinced that if he could find it and get rid of it properly, all this would stop. He never found it. The worst part? The activity didn't completely stop when we moved. It was less intense, sure, but it followed us. My nightmares and sleepwalking continued for years. Mum would still occasionally wake up screaming about someone watching her. My brother developed this intense fear of the dark that he still hasn't completely gotten over, even as an adult. Dad finally hired someone to go through the old house from top to bottom, looking for that damn skull. They searched everywhere, behind walls, under floorboards, in the attic, everywhere. It was just gone. We eventually moved across the country, hoping the distance would help. It did somewhat. The activity became less frequent, less intense, but it never completely went away. I'm 32 now, with a family of my own, and I still sometimes wake up in the middle of the night feeling like someone's watching me. My son, who's 4, recently started talking about a little girl who visits him at night. When I asked what she looks like, he described the exact same girl my aunt saw all those years ago. I've never told him that story. Dad passed away 3 years ago from a heart attack. On his deathbed, he finally admitted he thought the skull might have been real after all. He said he'd always felt guilty for bringing it into our lives, for exposing us to whatever was attached to it. Sometimes I wonder what happened to that skull. Is it still hidden somewhere in that house in New York? Did someone find it? Is it cursing some other family now? Or did whatever was attached to it simply move on, leaving the skull behind? I don't know which possibility scares me more. All I know is that I still check the locks twice before bed. I still can't sleep with my closet door open, and I still wake up sometimes feeling cold hands on my shoulders, even when I'm alone in the room. That damn skull may be gone, but whatever came with it is still here, and I think it always will be. Story 8. I still don't know what to make of what's been happening in our house. It's been about 3 months since my husband Sam and I moved into my late Aunt Margaret's place in Mill Creek. We got it for a pretty good price, all things considered. My aunt had left it to my mom in her will, but my parents didn't want to move, so they offered to sell it to us at below market value. It seemed like such a blessing at the time. The house itself is beautiful. One of those charming older homes built in the 1930s with hardwood floors, crown molding, and a cozy brick fireplace in the living room. It's in the historic district of Mill Creek, with those big oak trees lining the streets and neighbors who actually know each other by name. It was exactly what we'd been looking for. I was pretty close with Aunt Margaret growing up. She was my mum's older sister, a bit eccentric, but always kind. She lived alone for the last 20 years of her life, except for her old dog, Winston, this ancient beagle mix that barely had any teeth left and had trouble with his back legs. When she passed away in January, it was peaceful at least. Her heart just gave out one night while she was sitting in her favorite armchair in the living room. What was sadder to me was what happened to Winston. In her will, Aunt Margaret had specifically requested that Winston be put down if anything happened to her, She didn't want him going to a shelter or being rehomed at his age. He was 15 and had a bunch of health problems. So the same day they found my aunt, they also had Winston put to sleep. It was like they left this world together. I still get emotional thinking about it. Anyway, we moved in at the beginning of February, and things were normal at first. We redecorated a bit, painted the bedroom, bought some new furniture, but kept a lot of the original charm. Sam was especially excited about turning the spare room into a home office, but then weird stuff started happening. The first incident was about 3 weeks after we moved in. Sam's dad, Bill, was visiting us for the weekend. He's a super light sleeper and has this thing about electronics. He can't stand those little blinking lights on devices when he's trying to sleep. Our guest room also serves as Sam's office, and we have the internet router in there, which has these bright blue lights that blink constantly. Bill asked if we could cover them with electrical tape while he was staying with us. No problem. Sam found some black electrical tape in the garage, probably left by my aunt, and we covered up those tiny lights. This was Friday night around 6, just before we all went out for dinner at this Italian place downtown. When we got back around 9, Bill went to the guest room to get ready for bed, and he came out looking confused. "Did one of you take the tape off the router?" he asked. We both said no. Sam went to look, and sure enough, the tape was completely gone. Not just fallen off, gone. We couldn't find it anywhere in the room. Sam figured maybe it hadn't stuck well enough and had fallen somewhere, so he got the tape and redid it. We all kind of laughed it off, though it was strange. The next morning, Sam and I got up early to make breakfast before Bill woke up. When he finally came downstairs around 9:30, he had this weird look on his face. "So which one of you put the tape back?" he asked. We both looked at him blankly. "What do you mean?" I asked. "The tape on the router. It's back on there, covering the lights perfectly. Better than how we did it last night." Sam and I looked at each other. Neither of us had been in that room since the night before. We all went upstairs to look, and sure enough, the electrical tape was perfectly placed over the router lights. Not hastily stuck on like Sam had done the previous night, but precisely cut and aligned exactly with the edges of the lights. We stood there in silence for a moment. I felt goosebumps rising on my arms. Maybe it's just, I don't know. Maybe we're all tired and confused about what happened, I suggested weakly, but we all knew something was off. Bill stayed one more night, but asked to leave the lights uncovered. He said he'd rather deal with the blinking than whatever was going on with that tape. The second incident happened about 2 weeks later. It was a Tuesday afternoon, and I had come home early from work with a headache. Sam had texted that he was going to take a nap, since he hadn't slept well the night before. When I got home, I assumed he was in our bedroom sleeping. I was in the kitchen making tea when I heard it, crying. Soft, muffled sobbing coming from upstairs. I figured Sam must be having a bad dream or something, so I went up to check on him. The bedroom door was closed, and when I tried to open it, I found it was locked. We rarely lock doors in our house, but I figured maybe Sam wanted privacy, so I called out softly, "Sam, you okay in there?" The crying continued, but there was no response. It was this heartbreaking sound, not loud wailing, but the kind of crying that comes when someone is trying to hold it back but can't. I stood there for a moment, unsure what to do. I decided to leave him be and went back downstairs. But the crying continued for over 45 minutes. It didn't get louder or softer, just this steady, quiet sobbing that I could hear even from the living room. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore and went back upstairs to check on him again. This time, when I reached for the doorknob, I found it unlocked. The moment, and I mean the exact second, my hand touched the handle, the crying stopped completely, like someone had hit a mute button. The sudden silence was almost more unnerving than the crying had been. I pushed open the door slowly and peered inside. Sam was sprawled on the bed, fast asleep, breathing deeply. He was lying on his stomach with his face turned toward the window, away from the door. His phone showed he'd been playing a podcast that had long since ended. From the way the sheets were undisturbed around him, it was obvious he hadn't moved in hours. I stood frozen in the doorway. If Sam had been asleep this whole time, then who was crying? I approached the bed slowly and touched his shoulder. He woke up groggily, confused by the look on my face. "What's wrong?" he asked, his voice thick with sleep. Were you crying just now? Or before?" He blinked at me, bewildered. "What? No. I've been asleep since I got home. Had this weird dream about fishing with my grandpa." He trailed off, noticing how pale I must have looked. "Liv, what's going on?" I couldn't bring myself to tell him then. It sounded too crazy. Instead, I mumbled something about hearing things and left the room. That night I told him everything, and we tried to come up with rational explanations. Maybe it was coming from outside, a neighbor, a TV left on somewhere in the house. But deep down, I knew what I'd heard, and I knew it had been coming from our locked bedroom. The third incident happened on Valentine's Day. We were getting ready to go out for dinner. I was putting on my earrings in the bathroom, and Sam was in the bedroom getting dressed. We were running a bit late for our reservation, and I called out to Sam that we should probably turn on the Roomba before we left so it could clean while we were gone. The words had barely left my mouth when we both heard it, the distinctive start-up sound of our Roomba from downstairs, followed by its mechanical whirring as it began moving across the floor. We both froze. Sam appeared in the bathroom doorway, one shoe on and one in his hand. "Did you turn that on remotely?" he asked. I shook my head. "My phone's right here, and the app isn't even open." We looked at each other, then slowly walked downstairs together. Sure enough, the Roomba was circling the living room, dutifully cleaning as if someone had just pressed its start button or issued a command. But our Roomba doesn't have voice activation. It can only be turned on by physically pressing the button or through the app. And we were both upstairs. We stood there watching it, neither of us wanting to say what we were thinking. Finally, Sam broke the silence. "Maybe it's on a timer we forgot about." But we both knew it wasn't. I checked the app right then and there. No timer had been set. I think what makes these incidents so unsettling is that they're so mundane. It's not like things are flying across the room or we're seeing apparitions in the hallway. It's these small, almost helpful interventions, covering lights with tape, turning on the vacuum. Even the crying seems more sad than threatening. Sometimes I wonder if it's Aunt Margaret, still looking after her home. Other times, I think it might be Winston. My aunt always joked that he was practically human with how he understood everything. Maybe some part of them is still here, together. We haven't told many people about what's been happening. Who would believe us? We're not even sure we believe it ourselves. But I know what I heard, and I know what I saw. And sometimes, late at night, I could swear I hear the soft clicking of dog nails on the hardwood floors downstairs, followed by the creak of Aunt Margaret's favorite chair, as if someone just sat down. I don't know if we're sharing this house with someone or something else. All I know is that whatever it is, it doesn't seem to want us to leave. Just the opposite. It seems to want us to stay, to be comfortable, to make this place our home too. And honestly, that's what scares me the most. Story 9. I'm still trying to wrap my head around what happened last week at work. I've told a few close friends, but I'm hoping writing it all down might help me process it. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar. I work at a small sandwich shop in Lebanon, New Hampshire called River Valley Deli. It's not a chain or anything, just a local place that's been around for about 15 years. The shop is pretty tiny, maybe 800 square feet total. We've got the counter where we make sandwiches, a drink cooler, chip rack, and just 4 small tables for people who want to eat in. From behind the counter, you can see the entire store, including the front door. What makes our location kind of weird is that we're directly across from Marshall Funeral Home. I never thought much about it before, but now I can't stop thinking about it. Anyway, last Thursday I was working the closing shift with Martha. Martha's in her 50s and has been at the deli since it opened. She knows all the regulars by name and usually handles the register while I make the sandwiches. It had been a really busy day. We had a catering order for some office lunch, plus our normal rush. By 4 in the afternoon, things had finally slowed down. Martha asked if she could take her smoke break, which was fine with me since there weren't any customers. Our manager doesn't like us both stepping away at the same time, but one of us can handle the shop if it's not busy. Martha grabbed her cigarettes and went outside to sit at the little bench by the door. I could see her through the front window, scrolling through her phone while she smoked. I started, cleaning up, wiping down the cutting boards and putting away the meats and cheeses we wouldn't need anymore. The shop closes at 6, but the last hour is usually dead, so we try to get most of the cleanup done early. I was behind the counter, scrubbing some dried mustard that had crusted on the surface, when I felt someone watching me. I looked up, and there was this tall guy standing at the register. He must have been at least 6'3", with bright red hair cut short and neatly combed. He was wearing a grey button-down shirt and dark pants, kind of business casual. I'd guess he was in his late 30s, maybe early 40s. The weird thing was, I hadn't heard him come in at all. Our door has one of those sensors that dings whenever someone enters or exits. It's pretty loud, and I always notice it. But I didn't hear anything when this guy came in. I also didn't hear footsteps or anything. He was just there. "Hey, sorry about that," I said, putting down my cleaning rag. "Didn't hear you come in. What can I get for you today?" He smiled. It was a normal, friendly smile, nothing creepy about it. "No problem," he said. His voice was deep but pleasant. "Could I get an Italian with everything on it? White bread, please." "Sure thing," I replied, grabbing a pair of gloves and the bread. I started making his sandwich, laying out the ham, salami, and pepperoni. "You want hot peppers on that too?" "Yes, please," he said, "and extra olives if you don't mind." While I was making his sandwich, I tried to make small talk like I do with all customers. "Haven't seen you in here before. You new to the area?" "Just passing through," he said. "I used to live nearby years ago. The town's changed quite a bit." "Yeah, they've been building up the shopping center on the south end," I said. "Bunch of new restaurants too." He nodded. "That's nice. It was always a good community." There was nothing weird about our conversation. He seemed like a totally normal guy, maybe a bit formal in how he spoke, but nothing that would raise any red flags. I remember thinking he was probably some business traveler stopping for a quick bite. I turned around to grab the provolone cheese from our refrigerator behind the counter. It only took me maybe 5 seconds at most. When I turned back, the guy was gone. At first, I thought maybe he stepped away to grab a drink from the cooler or use the bathroom. But our bathroom is for employees only, and it's behind the counter area. And I could see the entire store from where I was standing. There was nowhere he could have gone without me seeing him. "Hello?" I called out. No response. I walked around the counter to check if maybe he was bending down to tie his shoe or something ridiculous like that. Nobody there. The store was completely empty. The door sensor hadn't gone off. There was no bell, no sound of the door opening and closing. He had vanished into thin air in the few seconds my back was turned. My heart started racing. I'm not easily spooked, but this made no sense. I rushed to the front door and pushed it open. Martha was still sitting there on her bench, halfway through her cigarette. "Martha, did you see which way that guy went?" I asked, looking up and down the street. She gave me a confused look. "What guy?" "The tall, red-headed guy who was just in the store," I said. "He ordered an Italian but disappeared when I turned around for the cheese." Martha shook her head. "Liam, nobody's gone in or out since I came out here. I've been sitting right by the door the whole time." That's when I felt a chill run through my entire body. Martha had been sitting literally 3 feet from the entrance. There's no way someone could enter or exit without her noticing, especially someone as tall and distinctive as this guy. "You didn't see a tall guy with red hair, wearing a grey shirt?" I pressed. "Honey, I swear not a single person has walked by, let alone gone into the shop," she said, looking concerned. "Ah, you feeling okay?" I tried to explain what happened, but I could tell from her face that she thought I was either messing with her or hallucinating. I'm not the type to make up stories, and Martha knows that, so she eventually seemed to believe that I genuinely experienced something, even if she couldn't explain it. We went back inside together, and I showed her the half-made Italian sandwich on the counter. At least that was proof I wasn't completely losing my mind. Someone had ordered it. The bread was there with the meat laid out, waiting for the cheese I never got to add. For the rest of our shift, Martha kept giving me these concerned glances. I tried to act normal, but inside I was freaking out. How does a solid, normal-looking person just vanish? I wasn't tired or stressed beyond the usual work stuff. I hadn't been drinking or taking any medication. There was no explanation that made sense. After we closed up, Martha suggested we look at the security camera footage. Our shop has one camera that points at the register and counter area. It's not great quality, but it would at least show if someone had been there. We rewound to around 4:15 when Martha went outside. The footage clearly showed me cleaning behind the counter. Then at 4:23, I suddenly looked up and started talking to nobody. The space in front of the counter was empty. But there I was, having a full conversation, making a sandwich, and then looking confused and rushing to the door. Martha didn't say much after seeing that, just patted my shoulder and said, "Maybe you need some rest, hun." But I know what I saw and heard. That man was as real and solid as anyone I've ever served. He didn't look transparent or ghostly. He cast a shadow on the counter. He had a normal voice. Everything about him seemed completely human. The next day, I did some research about the area around our shop. The funeral home across the street has been there since the 1950s. I started, wondering if maybe this guy had some connection to it. Maybe he'd worked there, or maybe his funeral had been held there. The thought made me shiver. I also asked our boss, who's owned the building for 20 years, if he knew about any deaths in our shop. He laughed it off and said the place used to be a bookstore, then vacant for a while before he turned it into the deli. He didn't know of anyone dying there. A week has passed, and I still can't explain what happened. Every time the door chimes, I look up expecting to see that tall, red-headed man again. I've started asking other employees if they've ever experienced anything strange, but everyone just thinks I'm being weird. I know what I saw. That man was in our shop. We had a conversation. I made half his sandwich. But according to Martha and the security camera, he was never there. And the way he vanished without a sound, without opening the door, I can't stop thinking about it. Was he a ghost? Some kind of hallucination? I've never believed in the paranormal before, but I can't come up with any rational explanation. I'm not claiming to know what happened, but something very strange occurred in that shop, and I can't just brush it off. Every time I walk past the funeral home now, I find myself looking at the people going in and out, half expecting to see a tall man with red hair. And whenever I make an Italian sandwich, I get this weird feeling in the pit of my stomach. I've never experienced anything like this before or since. But I know what I saw, and nobody can convince me otherwise. That man was there, and then he wasn't. And I still have no idea how or why. Story 10. I still get chills thinking about that house. It's been almost 20 years since we moved out, but I can't shake the feeling that something from there is still with me. I was only 8 when we left, but the memories are as vivid as if it all happened yesterday. My parents bought the house when I was just 3, around 2000 or 2001. It was supposed to be our fresh start, a modest suburban home with a small yard, enough bedrooms for everyone. and affordable on my dad's salary. I remember the moving day because it was the first time I sensed something was wrong. Even as a toddler, I felt it. The air inside was heavy, like walking through invisible cobwebs. Mum felt it too. I learned years later that on our very first night, she had this horrifying dream about being trapped in a thick fog, while a black cat circled her feet, getting closer and closer with each rotation. She woke up in a cold sweat, convinced we'd made a terrible mistake buying the place. Dad laughed it off, called it new house jitters. But Mum knew. She always knew. The first incident I clearly remember happened about a week after we moved in. I was playing with my dolls on the living room carpet, while Mum and Grandma chatted on the couch. The hallway door was closed. I remember because I was staring right at it when it happened. This deep, guttural groan came from behind the door. Not like house-settling noises, but a man's voice, pained and angry. All three of us heard it. I was so shocked I just said, "Whoa," and looked at Mom and Grandma to confirm I wasn't imagining things. The look of terror on their faces told me everything. Dad searched the entire house when he got home from work. No signs of anyone breaking in, no explanation. He said it must have been pipes or the water heater. But pipes don't sound like a man groaning in pain. The house itself felt tainted. There was this room that had been a smoker's den or something before we moved in. You could see the outlines where posters or pictures had once hung. Those spots were still white, while the surrounding wall had turned this gross yellowish color from cigarette smoke. No matter how many times Mom painted over it, those outlines would reappear within weeks, like the house was rejecting our attempts to make it our own. The utility room door and one of the doors in my parents' bedroom had these weird scratches at the bottom, like something had been desperately trying to claw its way in or out. They looked exactly like cat scratches, but deeper, more frantic. We never had a cat. Dad sanded them down and repainted the doors twice, but the scratches would return. As I got older, things got worse. When I was about 6, I woke up in the middle of the night needing to use the bathroom. As I walked past my parents' room, I saw what looked like a white dress with a long train gliding across the floor in the darkness. No person wearing it, just the dress, moving on its own. I froze in place, too scared to scream. When I blinked, it was gone. I ran back to my bed and didn't leave until morning, even though my bladder felt like it was going to burst. The nightmares started around that time too. Not normal kid nightmares about monsters under the bed. These were different. I'd dream I was trying to escape my room, but my body wouldn't move. I could see the door, could see the hallway light under the crack, but something invisible was holding me down. When I tried to scream, no sound came out. Then I'd feel hands grabbing my ankles, dragging me back toward my closet. I'd wake up sweating, my throat raw like I had been screaming, though my parents never heard anything. Mom had her own experiences. One night she woke up thinking Dad was standing at the foot of their bed. She said, "Hey," to him, wondering why he was just standing there in the dark. But when she reached for the lamp and turned it on, she realized Dad was still asleep beside her. What she'd seen was a man with red hair wearing blue workman's clothes. He vanished the moment the light came on. Dad thought she was dreaming, but Mom swears she was wide awake. Things got even weirder when my grandparents moved in with us temporarily while Grandpa was on hospice care. Grandma started seeing the same red-haired man. She'd be brushing her teeth, look in the bathroom mirror, and there he'd be, standing behind her. When she'd turn around, nobody was there. Grandpa, who was dying of cancer and usually so brave about everything, became terrified of having the lights turned off. He'd beg us to keep them on, saying he doesn't like the dark, over and over. We thought it was the morphine talking, but now I'm not so sure. The house seemed to feed on negative emotions. My parents rarely argued before we moved there, but in that house they'd get into these explosive fights over nothing. A dish left in the sink, a bill paid late. Mum's seasonal depression became year-round depression. Dad started drinking more. I became withdrawn and anxious, constantly feeling like someone was watching me. Even our dog refused to enter certain rooms and would sometimes growl at empty corners. The worst part was the small stuff. The things that could be explained away but happened so consistently they couldn't be coincidental. Like the wire hangers in my closet that would suddenly start banging against each other violently when I was alone in my room. Not just shifting slightly like you might expect if the house settled, but violently clanging like someone was furiously pushing them back and forth. Mum would sometimes feel something furry brush against her leg while she was cooking, exactly like a cat rubbing against her. She'd look down expecting to see a neighbor's cat that had somehow gotten in, but there was never anything there. Yet we'd find what looked like cat claw marks on the bottom of our couch, on the wooden legs of the dining table, even on my plastic toy chest. We had this Halloween doormat with a motion sensor that made spooky sounds when you stepped on it. It would go off randomly in the middle of the night, or when nobody was near the front door. Dad changed the batteries, thinking they were faulty. He even disconnected the sensor entirely once, but it still made those sounds. Sometimes, cackling witch laughs and moaning ghosts echoing through the house at 3 in the morning. By the time I was 8, all of us were sleeping poorly, arguing constantly and jumping at shadows. Mum finally convinced Dad we needed to move after she woke up with 3 long scratches down her back that weren't there when she went to bed. They weren't deep, but they were definitely real. I saw them myself. 3 perfect parallel lines, like claw marks. We moved out within a month, even though it meant taking a financial hit. I remember the day we left. As the moving truck pulled away, I looked back at the house from the car window. For a split second, I swear I saw a face in my bedroom window, pale with fiery red hair, watching us leave. I blinked and it was gone. The relief we felt in our new home was immediate. The constant tension headaches Mom and I suffered from disappeared. Dad stopped drinking so much. My nightmares faded. It was like we'd all been holding our breath for 5 years and could finally exhale. Years later, I looked up the history of that house out of curiosity. There was nothing dramatic, no murders or tragic deaths recorded there. But I did find a small news article from the 1970s about a fire at the property. The house had to be partially rebuilt. One person was mentioned, the homeowner at the time, a plumber with red hair who escaped the fire but lost his cat. I still can't explain what happened in that house. All I know is that it never wanted us there, and it made that clear from day one. Sometimes I wonder if that place targeted us specifically, or if it would have been the same for anyone who moved in. I wonder about the family living there now, and if they feel it too. That constant, oppressive dread, like the walls themselves are watching, waiting for you to let your guard down. Even now, in my own home, I can't help but check the bottom of doors for scratch marks. And I still get uneasy when I hear wire hangers moving in my closet. Deuxy, Story 11. Susan, I'm still struggling to wrap my head around what happened to me during my early teens. I've never really talked about this with anyone except my mum, and even then, we don't discuss it anymore. It's been about 9 years now, but I still get goosebumps thinking about it. We lived in this old 2-story house from around 2007 to 2009. I was about 13 when it all started. The house always had this, I don't know, heavy feeling. My mum is super religious, always has been, and she'd often say there was negative energy in the house. I didn't think much of it back then. Typical mum stuff, you know. But looking back, maybe she was onto something. Mum had gone through some really tough times before we moved there. My dad left when I was little, and she'd had a string of bad relationships after that. I think some of that emotional baggage came with us to that house. She'd sometimes sage the place or pray in different rooms, which I thought was weird at the time. Now I'm not so sure. Anyway, my bedroom was upstairs right next to my mum's. I was always terrified of the dark as a kid. Honestly, still kind of am. So I'd sleep with my door open and my mum's bedroom light on. It wasn't the most mature thing for a 13-year-old, but whatever. It made me feel safe. This particular night, I was just lying in bed texting my friends on my LG ENV3. God, remember those phones? The ones with the little keyboards that flipped out? I was obsessed with that thing. Mom had already said goodnight, but was still downstairs watching some TV show. Our 2 cats were with her. They usually hung out wherever she was. It must have been around 11:30 at night. The house was pretty quiet except for the faint sound of the TV downstairs. I was getting sleepy, about to put my phone away, when I heard it. 2 distinct claps, like someone deliberately clapping their hands twice, coming from my mom's bedroom. My whole body just froze. You know that feeling when your blood turns to ice? That's exactly what happened. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. My first thought was that someone had broken in and was in my mom's room. I remember staring at the doorway, terrified that someone was going to walk through it at any second. The light from my mom's room was casting this long shadow into the hallway, and I kept imagining a figure appearing there. After what felt like forever but was probably only a few seconds, I snapped out of it enough to grab my phone. I didn't want to yell for my mom in case whoever was in the house would hear me, so I called her instead. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely dial. When she answered, I whispered, "Mom, there's someone in your room. I heard clapping." She immediately said, "That's impossible. The alarm's been on for hours." Our house had one of those security systems that beeped whenever a door or window opened. She was right. We would have heard it if someone had come in. But I was so sure of what I'd heard. "Please, just come check," I begged her. I could hear the panic in my own voice. I heard her sigh, then tell the cats she'd be right back. A minute later, I heard her coming up the stairs. I was still frozen in my bed, phone clutched in my hand, eyes glued to the doorway. She appeared in my doorway looking annoyed. "There's nobody here," she said. "Please check your room," I pleaded. "I heard clapping, 2 claps coming from your bedroom." I could tell she thought I was being dramatic, but she humored me. I watched as she went into her room and turned on all the lights. She checked under her bed, in her closet, behind the curtains, everywhere someone could possibly hide. She even checked the bathroom connected to her room. "See," she said, coming back to my doorway, "there's no one here. You probably just heard the TV or something from downstairs." But I knew what I'd heard. It wasn't the TV. It was 2 deliberate claps, clear as day, coming from her empty bedroom. That night, I closed my bedroom door for the first time in years. I'd rather be in the dark than leave it open after what I'd heard. I barely slept, just lay there staring at my door, expecting to hear more clapping or for someone to try the handle. Nothing else happened that night, and eventually I convinced myself that maybe my mum was right. Maybe it was just a weird sound from downstairs that my half-asleep brain misinterpreted. I tried to forget about it. For a while, things were normal. I started closing my door at night regularly. It felt safer somehow, like I was shutting out whatever had made that sound. I even started getting over my fear of the dark. By the time I was 14, I'd rearranged my room and moved my twin bed onto the floor under the window. I liked the way the moonlight would come in, and it felt cozy down there. It had been about a year since the clapping incident, and honestly, I'd mostly forgotten about it, until it happened again. I was lying on my bed on the floor, scrolling through my phone before sleep. Mom was already in bed, and the house was completely quiet. I put my phone down on the floor beside my bed and rolled over, closing my eyes. That's when I heard it again. 2 distinct claps. But this time, they weren't coming from my mum's room. They were right next to me, literally right beside my head, on the floor next to my bed. It was like someone was lying on the floor next to me, just inches away, and had clapped twice. My eyes shot open, but I didn't dare move. I didn't even breathe. The sound had been so close that I should have felt the air movement from the claps on my face. But there was nothing. No one was there. I lay there, completely paralyzed with fear. I wanted to call out for my mom, but my voice wouldn't work. I wanted to grab my phone and call her like last time, but it was on the floor, right where the clapping had come from. I couldn't bring myself to reach for it, so I just lay there, eyes wide open, staring into the darkness of my room. I don't know how long I stayed like that. Minutes, hours maybe. I don't even remember if I eventually fell asleep or if I lay awake until morning. It's all a blur after those 2 claps. The next day, I told my mum what happened. She didn't dismiss it this time. I think she could see how genuinely freaked out I was. She said maybe it was the house settling or something equally rational, but I could tell she was unsettled too. We moved out of that house about 6 months later. Mum said it was because the landlord raised the rent, but sometimes I wonder if it was because of other things. Things she might have experienced there too, but never told me about. It's been 9 years, and I've never heard those claps again. Not in any place I've lived since. Sometimes I try to convince myself it was just my imagination or some explainable house noise, but deep down, I know what I heard. The thing that still haunts me isn't just the clapping itself, it's the deliberateness of it. 2 claps, not 1, not 3, like something was trying to get my attention, and the second time, it was right next to me, as if whatever it was had figured out where I slept and wanted me to know it had found me. I still sleep with my bedroom door closed. I still get uncomfortable in completely dark rooms. And sometimes, when I'm drifting off to sleep, I catch myself holding my breath, listening for those 2 claps that I pray I'll never hear again. I don't know what it was. I don't know what it wanted. But whatever was in that house with us, it wasn't human. And sometimes I wonder if it followed us when we left. Story 12. I've debated posting this for months now. It's not easy to put into words, and I know how it'll sound. But I need to get this out there, to see if anyone else has experienced something similar. Maybe writing it down will help me process it, or at least stop it from taking up so much space in my head. This thing has been with me since I was 6 years old. I still remember the first nightmare vividly. I was in my childhood home, watching TV with my family in the living room. The lights flickered and then it appeared, not a shadow, not a person, but something worse. It was like a tear in reality, a tall humanoid figure made of nothing, complete absence, static and void where a person should be. In that first dream, my parents couldn't see it. I screamed and pointed, but they just looked confused. Then it expanded. The static void grew until it swallowed my mother whole. She didn't scream or fight, she was just gone. Then my father, then my older brother. I woke up sobbing and ran to my parents' room to make sure they were still there. That was just the beginning. The nightmare came back again and again, with small variations, but always the same outcome. This thing would consume my family while I watched, helpless. My parents chalked it up to normal childhood nightmares, but it was so specific, so consistent. This wasn't just monsters under the bed. Before the nightmares started, I'd had these strange experiences at my grandmother's house. I'd be playing or reading and suddenly feel like I was floating outside my body. It was like someone had hooked a fishing line to my chest and was reeling me toward the front door. I could feel my body still sitting there, but I was being pulled towards something waiting outside. Something that wanted me to come out and meet it. Something bad. When I was around 8, things escalated. I started experiencing sleep paralysis. I'd wake up in the middle of the night, completely unable to move. My body would feel burning hot, like I had a terrible fever, and panic would flood through me. I couldn't even scream. I'd just lie there, eyes wide open, feeling like something was watching me from the corners of my room. Then one night, during one of these episodes, I saw it. The void creature from my dreams was standing in the doorway of my bedroom, just waiting, watching. I couldn't move, couldn't call for help. All I could do was stare back until it faded away and I could move again. Over the next few years, it appeared more frequently during these paralysis episodes, and each time it would be closer to my bed. First the doorway, then the middle of my room, then at the foot of my bed. I started sleeping with the lights on, which helped a little, but nothing stopped it completely. The worst encounter happened when I was 21. I was living in my first apartment after college, stressed about finding a job and making rent. I woke up in the middle of the night and immediately knew something was wrong. The air felt thick and heavy, and everything in my room had this deep red tint to it, like someone had replaced all the bulbs with dark red lights. I tried to move but couldn't. Classic sleep paralysis. But then I realized the void figure was standing right beside my bed, looking down at me. Except this time, it had changed. In the center of its featureless face was a single burning red eye. Not a human eye, more like a glowing ember that pulsed with malevolence. The static that always surrounded it seemed louder, more present. It was making a noise that sounded almost like speech, unintelligible, but with a rhythm to it. Deep, vibrating, with patterns that almost made sense, like it was trying to communicate something terrible. The strangest part? I wasn't afraid. After years of terror, in that moment I felt nothing. I just closed my eyes and somehow fell back asleep. When I woke up the next morning, the whole thing felt distant, like a fading dream. I convinced myself that's all it had been, just another nightmare. For several years after that, nothing happened. No nightmares, no sleep paralysis, no void creature. I thought I'd outgrown it, that it was just some weird manifestation of childhood anxiety that had finally resolved itself. I got married at 27 to a guy I'd been dating for a couple years. Life seemed normal, stable. Then, when I was 30, it came back. And it was worse than ever. My husband worked nights at the time, so I was alone in the house. I'd fallen asleep with my fan on. I always sleep with white noise. Around 3 in the morning, I woke up when the fan suddenly turned off. The silence was jarring. I sat up thinking the power had gone out, but the little LED light on my alarm clock was still on. That's when I heard it, a quiet growl coming from under my bed, not like a dog or any animal I could identify. It was that same static-filled sound the void creature made, but quieter, more controlled. My heart started pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I wanted to run, but I was frozen in place, sitting up in bed, staring at my bedroom door. I finally worked up the courage to move. I swung my legs over the edge of the bed, keeping them well away from whatever was underneath, and made a dash for the door. As soon as I opened it, I heard that sound, the deafening roar from my childhood nightmares. It was so loud it seemed to vibrate through my bones, and everything turned red, not just tinted red like before, but blood red. The hallway, the walls, the carpet, all drenched in crimson. I ran toward the living room, toward the front door, desperate to get out of the house. But when I passed through the doorway of the living room, I found myself back in my bedroom. I tried again, ran out my bedroom door, down the hall into the living room, and ended up right back in my bedroom. It was like a loop, a glitch in reality. I was trapped. After the 3rd or 4th attempt, I started sobbing. I couldn't escape. The static sound was getting louder, more aggressive. Finally, I decided to just make a break for the front door, to try to get out of the house completely. I ran from my bedroom straight down the hall, not looking behind me even though I could feel something following. The front door was right there, just a few feet away. I reached for the handle, and that's when I felt it. Sharp claws dragging down the back of my neck, from my hairline to between my shoulder blades. The pain was excruciating, real, not like a dream at all. I screamed, and then I woke up. I was in my bed, drenched in sweat, breathing like I'd run a marathon. My husband was still at work. The fan was still on. It had been a nightmare. Except when I went to the bathroom and turned around to look in the mirror, there were 3 long red scratch marks down my neck, exactly where I'd felt the claws. I never told my husband. Our marriage was already strained, and I knew how it would sound. I convinced myself I must have scratched myself in my sleep, that the marks just happened to match my dream. But deep down, I knew. Over the next few years, these episodes happened more frequently. Always when I was alone, always when I was at my lowest. My marriage deteriorated. He was emotionally abusive, controlling. The more miserable I became in my waking life, the more aggressive the void creature became in my sleep. Sometimes I'd just see it standing in the corner of the room, watching. Other times, it would chase me through endless loops of my house. The worst times were when it would whisper that static speech right into my ear, words I couldn't understand, but that filled me with dread. I finally left my husband when I was 33. The divorce was finalized a year ago. And here's the thing, since I removed that negative influence from my life, the encounters have stopped. Not a single episode in 12 months. Looking back, I can see a pattern. The void creature always appeared during the most vulnerable periods of my life. When I was a scared child, when I was a broke, anxious young adult, when I was trapped in a toxic marriage. It's like it fed on negative emotions, on depression and distress. I'm 34 now, living alone but feeling stronger than I have in years. I've got a good job, supportive friends, and I'm in therapy working through the trauma of my marriage. Things are better, but I live with this constant fear that it's not gone, just waiting, that if I slip back into depression or fear, it'll return. That it's been with me all along, feeding on my darkest moments, draining my spirit when I'm at my weakest. Sometimes I still wake up at 3 in the morning, holding my breath, listening for that static sound. Sometimes my fan will stutter or my power will flicker and my heart will race, waiting for the world to turn red. I don't know what this thing is, a manifestation of my subconscious, some kind of entity that latched onto me as a child, a hallucination caused by sleep paralysis. All I know is that the terror it caused was real. The scratches were real, and the relief I feel now that it's gone is real. But I can't shake the feeling that it's still out there, waiting for me to be vulnerable again, waiting to come back with its static void and burning red eye, waiting to finish whatever it started all those years ago. Story 13. I don't usually share this with people because they either think I'm making it up or that it was just night terrors or whatever. But I swear on everything I care about that this really happened. And it wasn't just once. It happened repeatedly throughout my childhood. Even now, at 28 years old, I still get chills thinking about it. I grew up in Pinewood, one of those towns where everyone knows everyone, and nothing ever really happens. Our house was pretty normal. 3 bedrooms, a decent backyard, nothing special. But the hallway, that damn hallway, it was L-shaped, with my bedroom at the end of the shorter part and my parents' room at the far end of the longer section. The first time I saw him, I was around 10. I'd woken up in the middle of the night needing to pee. After using the bathroom, I started heading back to my room when this overwhelming feeling of dread just hit me out of nowhere. It was like someone had dumped a bucket of ice water down my back. My whole body went cold, and I just knew something was wrong. For some reason, I felt like I needed to go to my parents' room instead. As I turned the corner into the longer stretch of hallway, something inside me, some primal instinct, made me look back over my shoulder. That's when I saw it for the first time. The static man. He was tall, so tall his head nearly brushed against our ceiling. But he wasn't solid like a person. He was, I don't know how to describe it exactly. He was like TV static, but see-through. Like when you rub your eyes too hard and see those little moving dots, except they formed a man shape. I could see the wall behind him, but I could also clearly make out his form. The worst part wasn't how he looked, though. It was how he moved, or didn't move, really. He didn't walk or step or anything normal. He just got closer. His legs didn't move, his arms didn't swing, nothing. He just somehow was suddenly closer to me than he had been a second before. I absolutely knew, just knew in my gut, that if he reached me, something terrible would happen. I ran so fast down that hallway to my parents' room, practically diving into their bed. My dad woke up, annoyed, asking what was wrong. I was too scared to even explain properly, just babbling about a man in the hallway. Dad checked, of course, found nothing, and told me it was just a nightmare. But when I looked back down the hallway from their doorway, the static man was gone. I convinced myself it was just a weird dream or my imagination, until it happened again about 3 weeks later. Same thing. Woke up at night, felt that horrible dread, went to my parents' room, looked back, and there he was. Same height, same static appearance, same unnatural movement. And again I ran for my life, and again my parents found nothing. This continued for years. Not every night, not even every month, but regular enough that I couldn't just dismiss it. Sometimes I'd go a few months without seeing him, and I'd think maybe it was over, but then I'd wake up with that feeling, and I'd know before I even looked that he would be there. The pattern was always exactly the same, always at night, always when I was alone in the hallway, always appearing behind me when I looked back, always moving in that terrifying, impossible way, always disappearing when I reached my parents' room. When I was 12, I tried to be brave one night. I stood my ground and stared at him, determined not to run. But as he got closer, still without actually moving his limbs, the static seemed to get louder somehow, even though there was no actual sound. It was like I could feel the static in my head, this weird buzzing pressure behind my eyes that got more intense the closer he came. I lasted maybe 10 seconds before the fear took over and I bolted. I tried telling my friends once when I was 13. They laughed it off, said I was just trying to scare them. One kid, Ryan, said it sounded like the Slender Man stories that were popular online. But this was different. This wasn't some internet story I'd read. This was happening to me in my house in real life. My mum took me to a doctor when I was 14 after I refused to sleep in my own room for a week straight. The doctor said it was probably sleep paralysis or hypnagogic hallucinations. But that didn't make sense, because I was fully awake and moving around when I saw the static man. It wasn't like I was stuck in bed seeing things. I was literally walking down the hallway. What's weird is that I have a pretty terrible memory in general. I can barely remember what I had for breakfast yesterday, let alone stuff from years ago. But these encounters with the static man, crystal clear. I remember every single detail, the exact pattern of the static, the way the hallway light made shadows on the wall, the feeling of the carpet under my bare feet as I ran. It's like these memories are burned into my brain. When I was 15, we got a dog, a German shepherd named Max. I thought maybe having him would help, that he would bark if there was something strange in the house. But the one time Max was with me when the static man appeared, he just whimpered and pressed himself against my leg, his tail between his legs. He saw it too. That freaked me out more than anything else, the confirmation that I wasn't just imagining things. Around the time I turned 16, the appearances started becoming less frequent, maybe once every few months instead of every few weeks. By 17, they had mostly stopped. I thought maybe I had outgrown whatever it was, like how some kids outgrow asthma or allergies. The last time I saw the static man was the night before I left for college. I was 18, packing up the last of my things, when I felt that familiar dread creep up my spine. I knew before I even turned around that he would be there, and he was, still tall, still made of that see-through static, still advancing without moving. But something was different that time. He seemed fainter somehow, less solid, if static can be solid. And for the first time ever, I didn't run. I was 18, about to leave home, and suddenly running to my parents' room seemed childish. So I stood there, heart pounding, as he got closer and closer. When he was about 6 feet away, closer than he'd ever gotten before, he just dissolved. The static scattered like dust in the wind, and he was gone. I never saw him again after that. I'm 28 now. I've lived in apartments, other houses, even spent a year in a cabin in the woods, and never encountered anything like the static man again. Sometimes I wonder if it was tied to that specific house, or to my childhood somehow. When I visit my parents, who still live in that same house, I always get a little tense walking down that hallway at night. The feeling of dread doesn't come anymore, but the memory of it does. I've researched paranormal phenomena, sleep disorders, hallucinations, everything I could think of to explain what I experienced. Nothing quite fits. The consistency of the encounters, the way the dog reacted, the specific details that never changed. It all makes me believe this was something real, something beyond normal explanation. The strangest part? My sister, who's 4 years younger than me, told me when she was about 12 that she sometimes saw a fuzzy man in the hallway at night. She described him as looking like the snow on an old TV. She didn't know about my experiences. I had never told her. She mentioned it casually, like it was no big deal. When I pressed her for details, her description matched the static man perfectly. She said he never scared her, though. She just thought he was curious about our family. She stopped seeing him around the time she turned 13. That's what convinces me the most, that this wasn't just in my head. Two different people, years apart, seeing the exact same thing in the exact same location. That can't be coincidence. I still don't know what the static man was. A ghost. Some kind of interdimensional being. A manifestation of childhood fear. I have no idea. All I know is that he was real to me, and the fear he caused was real too. Sometimes I dream about him still, standing at the end of whatever hallway my dream self is in. In the dreams, though, he speaks, a garbled, staticky voice that I can never quite make out. I always wake up from those dreams with a splitting headache and the taste of metal in my mouth. I've never found an explanation for what happened during those years in that house. Maybe I never will. But whenever I hear people dismiss others' paranormal experiences as imagination or lies, I think about the static man and how real he was to me. Some things just can't be explained away so easily. Story 14. I've never told anyone this before. Not my therapist, not my husband, not even my best friend who I've known since we were 5. But it's eating me alive, and I need to get it out somewhere. I guess anonymity helps. I think I might be responsible for my mum's death and for seriously hurting several other people throughout my life. I know how that sounds. Believe me, I've spent the last 18 years trying to convince myself it's all just a series of terrible coincidences. It started when I was 7. We were living in Blackwater back then, tiny rural town where everyone knows everyone's business. My second grade teacher, Mrs. Collins, had us pick our favorite numbers for some classroom activity. While other kids chose 7 or 100 or whatever, I remember sitting there feeling weirdly drawn to the number 51. I had no reason for it. It just felt important somehow. I remember telling my mum about it that evening, saying with absolute certainty, 51 is my special number, Mum. Something big is going to happen with 51 someday. She just smiled and ruffled my hair. 6 years later, my mom died of pancreatic cancer. She was 51 years old. I still remember standing at her funeral, that number pounding in my head while my dad squeezed my shoulder. Everyone said the same things people always say. She fought so hard. At least she's not suffering anymore. But all I could think was, I did this. I chose 51. I made this happen. I know it sounds ridiculous. What kind of 7-year-old thinks they can control the universe? But there was something about the absolute certainty I'd felt when choosing that number. Like I hadn't just picked it, I'd somehow selected it from a list of future events. I managed to convince myself it was just a horrible coincidence. I mean, it had to be, right? I was just a kid with an active imagination dealing with grief. My dad moved us to his sister's place across town after Mom died, and I started high school trying to be normal. Then sophomore year happened. Mr. Barker taught English Lit, and God, I hated him. He'd constantly single me out, asking me questions when my hand wasn't raised, making snide comments about my essays. One day, he humiliated me in front of the entire class for misinterpreting some symbol in the scarlet letter. I went home absolutely fuming. I remember laying in bed that night, staring at the ceiling, just wishing with every fiber of my being that something would happen to him. Not death, I wasn't that angry, but something that would get him out of my life. I specifically remember thinking, I wish he'd need surgery, something that would keep him away for the rest of the year. 3 weeks later, we walked into class to find a substitute teacher, Mrs. Henley. She explained that Mr. Barker had unexpectedly needed cataract surgery in both eyes and would be out for the remainder of the school year. The exact thing I'd wished for, down to the time frame. I felt the blood drain from my face as Mrs. Henley talked about sending him get-well cards. A girl next to me whispered, "Lucky us," and I nearly threw up. I told myself it was another coincidence. Lots of people get cataract surgery, but the timing, it was too specific. That night I locked myself in my bedroom and cried until I had nothing left. What if it wasn't a coincidence? What if I had somehow caused my mom's death with my childish fixation on a number? What if I had just caused Mr. Barker's medical emergency? I decided then to be extremely careful with my thoughts. I made rules for myself. Never wish harm on anyone, even jokingly. Never focus too hard on specific numbers or outcomes. For a while it worked. Junior year was uneventful. I started to believe maybe I had just been overreacting. Then senior year happened and everything fell apart. Ms. Winters taught AP Calculus and she was brutal. She'd make comments about how some of us clearly didn't belong in AP classes and seemed to enjoy handing out failing grades. The day she returned our midterms, she placed mine face down on my desk with this little smirk that made my blood boil. I'd studied for weeks. The red F at the top of the page felt like a personal attack. After school, I was driving home, gripping the steering wheel so hard my knuckles turned white. And that's when the thought formed, not even consciously at first. Just this white-hot anger that crystallized into a clear image. Ms. Winters in a car crash. Her car mangled, her body broken. I pictured it vividly, her blue Honda crumpled against a tree on Route 16, the winding road that led out of Blackwater. I snapped out of it almost immediately, horrified at myself. I tried to push the thought away, mentally apologizing, trying to take it back, but it felt different than ordinary angry thoughts. It felt solid somehow. Like I'd just pressed send on something I couldn't unsend. 2 days later, Ms. Winters didn't show up to class. The principal came in instead, looking grim. There had been an accident, he told us. Ms. Winters had been driving home on Route 16 when she lost control of her car, her blue Honda, and crashed into a tree. She was in the hospital with multiple broken bones and internal injuries. They didn't know when or if she'd be back. I couldn't breathe. The room started spinning. Someone gasped. Someone else started crying. I just sat there, frozen, as the principal continued talking about sending cards to the hospital and how they'd find a long-term substitute. It was exactly what I'd pictured. Exactly. I asked to be excused and barely made it to the bathroom before throwing up. This couldn't be happening, it wasn't possible, but it was too specific to be coincidence. The blue Honda, Route 16, the tree. Details I'd imagined in my moment of anger. I spent the next week in a daze. I couldn't eat, couldn't sleep. Dad thought I was coming down with something. I let him believe it. How could I possibly explain what was really happening? I started researching psychic phenomena, looking for anything that might explain what was happening to me. Most of it seemed like obvious nonsense, but there were enough stories similar to mine to make me wonder. People claiming they'd thought of something and then watched it happen. The problem was, all those people seemed either attention-seeking or delusional, and I was terrified I might be the latter. Ms. Winters survived, thank God, but she never came back to teach. I heard through school gossip that she had to move to a care facility closer to her sister in Ohio. Her injuries were too severe for her to live independently anymore. I graduated high school carrying this unbearable weight. I'd caused serious harm to 2 teachers and possibly killed my own mother. I went to college as far from Blackwater as possible, trying to outrun what I'd done. In college, I became obsessively careful with my thoughts. I'd catch myself starting to wish for something, even something innocent like good weather for a campus event, and immediately shut it down. I avoided competitions, anything where I might subconsciously wish for others to fail. I became known as the most easygoing, non-competitive person in my friend group. Nobody knew it was actually paralyzing fear. There was a night during my junior year when my roommate drove home drunk from a party. I was furious when I found out. We'd agreed she'd call me for a ride no matter what. We got into a huge fight, and for just a split second, I thought about how she could have crashed her car. I immediately panicked and spent the whole night silently repeating, "I take it back, I take it back," like some kind of protection spell. She was fine, nothing happened. But I couldn't stop wondering, had I successfully prevented something? Or was it just that my thought hadn't been focused enough? Or maybe, hopefully, none of it was real to begin with. I'm 31 now. I've built a careful life. I work as a graphic designer from home, minimal stress, minimal opportunity to get angry at people. I married a kind, gentle man who never raises his voice. I practice meditation and breathing techniques at the first sign of negative emotions. But I'm not living. I'm existing in a state of constant vigilance, always monitoring my thoughts, always afraid. I've never told my husband why I sometimes wake up in a cold sweat, or why I change the channel when news of accidents comes on TV. The guilt about my mom is the worst. Would she still be alive if 7-year-old me had picked a different favorite number? I look at photos of her and wonder how many years she lost because of me. I still don't know what this is. Some terrible psychic ability? A series of cosmic coincidences? A manifestation of my own guilt and anxiety? Sometimes I almost convince myself it's all in my head, that I'm finding patterns where there are none, like people who see faces in random objects. But then I remember the specific details: Route 16, the blue Honda, cataract surgery, the rest of the school year, 51, too specific, too exact. So I continue living this half-life, afraid of my own thoughts, carrying the weight of what I might have done. Sometimes I wonder if writing this out might somehow make it worse, if acknowledging this power might strengthen it. But I needed to tell someone, even anonymously. If you're reading this and you have experienced something similar, please tell me I'm not alone. And if you haven't, count yourself lucky. There's nothing worse than being afraid of your own mind. Story 15. I've never told this story to anyone outside my family. It's been almost 15 years since it happened, but I still get chills thinking about that night in the adobe house on Thornton Street. We moved to Clovis, New Mexico, the summer before my 13th birthday. My dad got transferred with the Air Force to Cannon AFB, and after staying in temporary housing for 2 weeks, my parents found this white adobe house to rent until they could buy something permanent. The place was old, but spacious enough for our family. Me, my 10-year-old sister Ella, my 8-year-old brother Tim, and my parents. The house had this weird marking above the front door that looked like a stylized number 3. Not carved in, but painted in faded black. When I asked the landlord about it, he just shrugged and said it had always been there. Something about the original owners being superstitious types. The inside of the house wasn't anything special. Worn carpet, dated kitchen, and that distinct smell old houses have no matter how much you clean them. But the backyard, that's where things felt off from day one. There was this shed maybe 20 feet from the back porch. Not your typical metal garden shed, but a small adobe structure that matched the house. It had a heavy wooden door with a padlock that was rusted shut. The landlord said he'd lost the key years ago, and nobody had opened it in at least a decade. He told us to just ignore it, that it probably just held old garden tools or something. We'd been in the house about a week when my parents decided to go out for dinner with some people from my dad's new unit. It was a Friday night in July, still burning hot even after sunset. They left around 7, telling me I was in charge and to make sure everyone was in bed by 10. This was the first time they'd left us alone in the new house, but I was almost 13 and had babysat plenty of times before. After they left, we made microwave pizzas and watched TV in the living room. Our furniture hadn't arrived yet, so we were sleeping on air mattresses scattered around the house. Mine was in what would eventually be my bedroom, but Tim and Ella had their mattresses in the living room because they were still scared of the unfamiliar house. Around 9:30, I herded them to brush their teeth and get ready for bed. By 10, they were both in their sleeping bags on their air mattresses, and I was reading in the kitchen with just the small light above the stove on. The house didn't have central air, just a swamp cooler that made this constant humming noise that actually helped drown out the silence. It was about 10:30 when I heard it. The front door opened and then closed with a distinct click. My first thought was that my parents were home early, but they would have called out or something, right? I got up from the kitchen table and walked into the living room. Ella and Tim were both asleep. The front door was closed, and when I checked, it was still locked from the inside with the deadbolt like I'd left it after my parents went out. I told myself it was just the house settling, or maybe the wind making the door sound like it was opening. These old adobe houses make weird noises. I went back to the kitchen and tried to focus on my book again, but I felt uneasy. That's when I heard the sliding glass door in the back of the house open. The sound was unmistakable, that gritty slide of glass on the metal track. I froze. I knew I'd locked that door. I'd checked all the doors twice after my parents left because it was a new house and I was paranoid. My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I stood up slowly, trying not to make any noise. I thought about waking up Ella and Tim, but what if it was nothing? I just scared them for no reason, and if it was something, well, I didn't want them scared if there was actually someone in the house. I crept toward the back of the house where the sliding door was. The hallway was pitch black, and I didn't dare turn on a light. I could feel the cooler air coming from the direction of the back door. It was definitely open. When I reached the doorway to the back room, I froze. The sliding glass door was open about a foot, and standing there, silhouetted against the dim glow of the neighbor's porch light, was a figure. At first, I thought it was a person, maybe average height, thin. But something was wrong with their head. It was too big, too round. As my eyes adjusted, I realized they were wearing some kind of mask. It looked like a cat. Not a cute Halloween cat, but something ancient and wrong. The face was flat with huge almond-shaped eye holes that were completely black. There were no eye reflections, no movement, just empty darkness. The mouth was a thin line curved up at the edges in this permanent grin that wasn't happy at all. The worst part was that I could tell they were looking right at me, even though I couldn't see any eyes. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. It was like my body wasn't mine anymore. I just stood there, half hidden by the doorframe, watching. The figure didn't say anything or move toward me. Instead, after what felt like forever but was probably just seconds, they turned and walked across our backyard toward the shed. Their movements were smooth but wrong somehow, like they were gliding more than walking. I should have run to check on Ella and Tim. I should have locked the sliding door or called the police. But I couldn't do anything except watch as the figure approached the shed with the rusted padlock. Without hesitation, they reached out and touched the lock. There was no key, no tool, nothing. But I heard the distinct click of the lock opening, and then they pulled the door open. The inside of the shed was completely dark. The figure stepped inside and pulled the door closed behind them. That's when I blinked, and suddenly I was lying on my air mattress in my bedroom. My heart was racing, and I was covered in sweat, but I was in bed. not standing in the hallway watching a stranger in a cat mask break into our shed. I sat up, disoriented. Had I dreamed the whole thing? I must have fallen asleep reading and had a nightmare. That made sense. New house, parents away, my imagination running wild. I lay back down, telling myself it was just a dream. But I couldn't shake the feeling of wrongness. The image of that mask burned into my mind. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep again, because the next thing I knew, my mom was waking me up for breakfast. "How'd it go last night? Everyone behave?" she asked. "Yeah, fine," I said automatically, still trying to shake off the lingering unease from my dream. After breakfast, I went outside to help my dad unload some boxes from the car. That's when I saw it. The shed door was open about an inch. I stopped dead in my tracks. My dad noticed me staring. "Something wrong?" he asked. "The shed," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "It's open." Dad frowned and walked over to it. "Huh. Landlord must have found the key after all." He pulled the door open wider and peered inside. I couldn't bring myself to look. I was frozen again, just like in my dream. "Empty," Dad said, sounding disappointed. "Thought there might be some useful tools or something. Just dirt floor and cobwebs." I forced myself to look then. He was right. The shed was completely empty except for years of dust and a few dead insects. No sign that anyone had been in there recently. No footprints in the dust except for the ones my dad was making. "Was it open when we got home last night?" Mom asked, coming up behind us. Dad shrugged. "Don't think so, but it was dark. Might not have noticed." I wanted to tell them about what I'd seen, but how could I? I wasn't even sure it had happened, and if it had, what would I say? That some person in a cat mask had broken in, opened an impossible lock, and disappeared into an empty shed. So I kept quiet. But from that day on, things in the house were different. Objects would move when no one was looking. We'd hear footsteps at night when everyone was accounted for. Tim started talking about a cat person who stood in his doorway at night. Ella began having nightmares so bad she'd wake up screaming. 3 weeks after that night, my parents found a house to buy on the other side of town. They said it was because it was closer to the base, but I could tell they were unsettled by the adobe house too, even if they wouldn't admit it. The day we moved out, I was carrying the last of my boxes to the car when I glanced back at the house. There, in the window of what had been my bedroom, I saw it again, the cat mask watching me, just for a second, and then it was gone. We never talked about that house as a family, but to this day, I know what I saw was real. Sometimes I think about driving by the old place when I visit my parents, but I never do. I don't want to know if that big weird 3 is still there or if the shed is still locked. And I really don't want to know who or what might be watching from behind the windows. Story 16. I still get a chill when I think about what happened back in the summer of 2018. I'm 20 now, but I was 14 at the time, staying at my grandparents' house in Greendale for summer break. It's a small rural village in Portugal where everyone knows everyone, and life moves at this slow, peaceful pace. My grandparents had this beautiful old stone house with fruit trees and a decent-sized yard where I'd spend hours kicking my football around. The whole thing started on what seemed like a completely normal day. The sun was blazing hot, typical Portuguese summer weather. I remember wearing my favorite red FC Porto shirt that was already soaked with sweat from playing outside all afternoon. My grandparents' property had this weird layout. There was this corridor-like path between the backyard and the front yard, kind of narrow with tall stone walls on either side. It was always cooler there because the sun couldn't really reach it. I was playing by myself that day because my sister Maria was inside helping my grandmother make lunch. I kicked the ball too hard and it rolled down that corridor. I jogged after it, not thinking much about anything except how hungry I was getting. As I bent down to pick up the ball, I felt this, I don't know how to describe it, like this weird feeling of being watched. You know when the hair on your neck stands up for no reason. I glanced toward the end of the corridor, and that's when I saw it for the first time. Just for a split second, there was this dark shape peeking around the corner at me. It wasn't like a shadow exactly. It had substance to it. But when I looked directly at it, whatever it was pulled back and disappeared. I remember standing there for a few seconds, just staring at the empty space where I thought I'd seen something. I convinced myself it was probably just a shadow from one of the trees, or maybe a neighbor walking by. My heart was beating fast, but I laughed it off and went back to playing. That night, I slept fine. I didn't even think about what I'd seen. But the next day, everything changed. It was around 4 in the afternoon. The day had been cloudy, and there was this weird, heavy feeling in the air, like before a thunderstorm. I was alone again, practicing penalty kicks against the wall of the house. I missed a shot, and the ball rolled toward that damn corridor again. This time, as I approached the entrance to the corridor, I stopped dead in my tracks. The figure was there again, but not at the end like before. It was at the beginning, just a few meters away from me, and it wasn't just peeking, it was standing there, partially hidden by the wall, but clearly visible. I'm 172 centimeters tall, and this thing towered over me. It must have been at least 200 centimeters. The thing that really got to me was its hands. These long, dark fingers, gripping the edge of the wall, and its face. There was no face, just this blank, featureless black void where a face should be. I jolted backward and let out this embarrassing yelp. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. And just like before, when I focused directly on it, the figure vanished. Just gone, like it had never been there. My first thought was that Maria was playing a prank on me. She was 12 at the time and always trying to scare me. I searched everywhere, behind the walls, in the bushes, inside the house. I checked all the hiding spots I could think of, but there was no one there. No one who could have been that tall either. I didn't tell anyone that day. I was a 14-year-old boy. I didn't want to seem scared over nothing. Plus, my grandfather was the type who'd just laugh and call me a city boy with a big imagination. So I kept quiet. But I stayed away from that corridor. I played in the front yard instead, keeping the house between me and that pathway. But the third day... God, I still have nightmares about the third day. My parents were coming to visit that afternoon, so my sister and I were excited. We were playing hide and seek in the driveway while waiting for them. It was my turn to seek, and I was checking behind my grandfather's old tractor when something made me turn around. And there it was. Not in my peripheral vision this time, not hiding or peeking. It was right there, about 15 meters away, by the orchard gate. And it was moving. This bulky, completely dark figure was trying to crawl over the gate. Its movements weren't human. They were jerky and wrong somehow, like watching a spider move if a spider was human-sized. For half a second, though it felt like an eternity, I just stood there, frozen. The thing had no features except for those hands reaching toward me, fingers too long and too thin. The rest of it was just this mass of darkness, like someone had cut a hole in reality in the shape of a person. Then, like the other times, it vanished, but not before I saw it clearly enough to know this wasn't my imagination. This wasn't a trick of the light or my sister playing games. I ran inside so fast I tripped on the steps and scraped my knee. My grandmother found me in the bathroom, trying not to cry while washing the blood off. One look at my face, and she knew something was seriously wrong. My grandmother was always good at reading me like that. "Thomas, what happened? Was it just the fall?" she asked, her weathered hands gentle on my shoulders. I broke down and told her everything. About the figure I'd seen 3 days in a row, how it was getting closer each time, how it seemed to be reaching for me. I expected her to dismiss it or tell me I was being silly. Instead, her face went pale. She crossed herself quickly, something I'd seen her do 1,000 times, but never with such urgency. Inside, she said firmly. Stay inside until your parents arrive. That evening, after my parents came, my grandmother pulled them aside. I couldn't hear everything they said, but there was a lot of rapid Portuguese and concerned looks thrown my way. My mother looked skeptical, but my father, who grew up in that village, was nodding seriously. The next morning, instead of our planned trip to the beach, my grandmother announced we were going to see someone. An old friend, she called him. We drove about 30 minutes to an even smaller village, where the houses were ancient and packed tightly together. We stopped at a small whitewashed house with a blue door. An elderly man answered, stooped with age but with eyes that seemed to see right through you. His hands were gnarled from years of farm work, and he greeted my grandmother with a respectful nod. She explained why we were there, and he invited us in without hesitation. His living room was unlike anything I'd ever seen. Crosses covered every wall, wooden ones, metal ones, some ornate, others simple. There were paintings of saints and prayer candles that filled the air with the scent of wax and incense. In the corner stood a small altar with a statue of the Virgin Mary. Sit, he told me, pointing to a wooden chair across from his. His Portuguese had a thick local accent that made it hard for me to understand everything. My grandmother translated as I told him what I'd seen. He listened without interrupting, occasionally nodding or murmuring something under his breath. When I finished, he leaned forward, those piercing eyes locked on mine. The thing you saw, he said slowly, may not be evil. That wasn't what I expected to hear. How could something that terrifying not be evil? He explained that sometimes entities appear to us as messengers or warnings. The fact that it never actually harmed me, despite having opportunities, suggested it might be trying to communicate. He asked if there was anyone I hadn't spoken to in a long time, someone who might be trying to reach out to me. I thought of my great-grandfather who had died when I was 8. We had been close, but I rarely visited his grave when we came to Portugal. The old man nodded, as if this confirmed something. Not all dark things come to harm, he said, but this world and the next should remain separate. He stood up, his joints cracking with the effort, and retrieved a small bottle of what looked like ordinary water. He said a prayer over me, nothing dramatic like in the movies, just a simple, quiet prayer while making the sign of the cross on my forehead with the water. That was it. No exorcism, no dramatic ritual, just a quiet prayer and some advice to visit my great-grandfather's grave before I left Portugal. The strangest part? I never saw the figure again. Not that summer, not on any visit since. It's been 6.5 years now, and sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing. But then I remember the texture of that darkness, those reaching fingers, and I know what I saw was real. Sometimes I still have dreams about it, that faceless form trying to climb over the gate toward me. Was the old man right? Was it some kind of messenger? Or was it something darker that his prayer managed to ward off? I don't know if I'll ever have answers. All I know is that every time I go back to my grandparents' house, I still avoid that corridor between the yards, especially in the late afternoon when the shadows grow long. And I always visit my great-grandfather's grave. Story 17. I still can't explain what happened that night in 2005. I've spent years trying to make sense of it, but no matter how many times I go over the details, I just end up with more questions than answers. I don't talk about it much anymore. People either think I'm making it up, or that the three of us were just scared kids with overactive imaginations. But Jake, Matt and I know what we saw at the Barrett house. We know what we heard. I was 14 at the time, living in Cairns with my parents. The Barrett house was this abandoned place about 20 minutes from where I lived. This run-down Queenslander-style home, sitting on a decent plot of land, backed by dense bush. The house had been empty since '98, when the Barrett family just disappeared. It was one of those local mysteries everyone knew about. The story went that the police found dinner on the table, plates with half-eaten food, coffee mugs still warm, TV still on, but no sign of the family. No struggle, no blood, nothing broken. The Barretts, Mum, Dad, and their 2 kids, were just gone. The only thing out of place was this message scratched into the wooden floor of the kids' bedroom. We heard the whistle. It's coming. Obviously, this made the Barrett house the most interesting place in our boring suburb. By the time I was a teenager, breaking in had become something of a rite of passage. My mates, Jake and Matt, had been going on about it for weeks, and that Friday night in August, we finally worked up the courage to do it. It was around 9 when we met up at the corner store a few blocks from the property. The plan was simple. We'd hop the back fence where there weren't many streetlights, find a way in, explore a bit, maybe take some photos as proof, and get out. Jake brought his digital camera. Matt had a couple of torches, and I'd nicked a 6-pack of beer from my dad's fridge, thinking it would help with our nerves. The walk there was quiet. It was winter in North Queensland, which just meant slightly cooler nights rather than proper cold. There was this weird stillness in the air that night, though. No breeze, hardly any traffic, even the usual chorus of insects seemed muted. I remember thinking it felt like the calm before a storm, but the sky was clear. When we reached the street behind the Barrett property, we paused to check if anyone was around. The houses on this street backed onto the Barrett land, but most had tall fences and couldn't see directly into the yard. We hopped one of the lower fences between properties and crossed through someone's backyard to reach the Barrett fence. "You sure about this?" Matt whispered as we stood there, staring at the dark shape of the house about 50 meters away. The moonlight was bright enough that we could see the outline of the place. A typical elevated Queenslander with a wraparound veranda, some of the boards missing or hanging loose. Jake just grinned and started climbing. Once over, we crouched in the long grass for a minute, listening. The place had been abandoned for 7 years at that point, and it showed. The yard was completely overgrown, with weeds up to our knees, and the remains of what must have been a garden now just a tangle of vines and shrubs. The house itself looked sad, paint peeling, a couple of windows boarded up, others just broken and empty. We made our way across the yard, using our torches sparingly. As we got closer, I started to feel weird. Not exactly scared, but like there was a pressure in my ears, the way it feels right before your ears pop on an airplane. And there was this smell, like rain on hot pavement, which made no sense because it hadn't rained in weeks. "You guys smell that?" I asked. Jake nodded. "Like it just rained." We found our way in through the back. One of the windows was already busted out. The plywood that had once covered it pulled half off. Jake went first, then Matt, then me. Stepping into that kitchen was like walking into a time capsule. There were still dishes in the sink, a calendar from 1998 on the wall, jars of stuff on the counters. Everything was covered in a thick layer of dust and cobwebs, but it was all just waiting, like the family might walk back in any minute. "Check it out," Jake whispered, pointing his torch at the table. There were 4 plates there, just like the stories said. The food was long gone, either rotted away or eaten by animals, but the plates were still there, along with cups and cutlery. It was so normal and so wrong at the same time. We moved from the kitchen into the living room, old couch, TV, bookshelves, all covered in dust but otherwise untouched. No one had bothered to clear the place out. I guess with no bodies and no explanation, the whole property had just been left in limbo. "Let's check upstairs," Matt said, already heading for the staircase. The wooden steps creaked under our weight, and I kept expecting one to give way, but they held. Upstairs was 4 rooms, the parents' bedroom, what looked like a home office, a bathroom, and the kids' room. We went to the kids' room first, of course. 2 small beds, toys on shelves, posters of 90s bands and movies on the walls, and there, in the middle of the floor between the beds, were the words. The wood had been gouged deep with what must have been a knife or something sharp. We heard the whistle. "It's coming." I don't know why, but seeing those words made my skin crawl worse than anything else in the house. We'd all heard about them, but seeing them for real, knowing someone had desperately carved them into the floor, it made the whole story feel real in a way it hadn't before. "Who do you think wrote it?" Matt asked, crouching down to run his fingers over the grooves. "One of the kids, probably," Jake said, taking photos with the flash on. "The oldest was like 10 or something." "Must have been scared out of their mind," I said, looking around the room. "What do you think happened to them?" Jake shrugged. "Dunno. Maybe the parents killed the kids, then themselves, or they ran off somewhere." "Then where are the bodies?" Matt asked. "And why leave dinner on the table?" We fell silent after that, each lost in our own thoughts. We explored the rest of the upstairs rooms, but there wasn't much to see, just more abandoned, dusty furniture and personal belongings. The whole place felt thick with something I couldn't name. The air was stale and heavy, and that weird pressure in my ears hadn't gone away. If anything, it was getting worse. We were in the parents' bedroom when Matt suddenly stopped and cocked his head to one side. "You guys hear that?" he whispered. We went still, listening. At first I didn't hear anything, but then a faint, far-off sound, almost like music, but not quite. It was rhythmic, mechanical. "It's coming from outside," Jake said, moving to the window that overlooked the backyard. We followed him and peered out. The moonlight was bright enough that we could see most of the yard clearly. Nothing seemed different at first, but then Matt grabbed my arm and pointed. "What the hell is that?" Running from the back fence toward the house was what looked like train tracks. 2 parallel metal rails gleaming in the moonlight, cutting straight through the overgrown yard. "That wasn't there before," I said, my mouth suddenly dry. "We would have seen it when we came in." "Maybe we just missed it in the dark," Jake suggested, but his voice had that hollow sound people get when they're trying to convince themselves of something. We looked at each other, and without saying a word, headed back downstairs. The tracks were all we could think about now. We had to get a closer look. When we got outside, Matt went straight for the tracks while Jake and I hung back near the house. The rails looked old but well-maintained, like the kind you'd see in historical photos of sugarcane trains that used to run all through North Queensland. They cut a straight path from the back fence right up to about 10 meters from the house, where they just stopped. Matt walked along the rails, his torch beam bouncing as he moved. "These are real," he called back to us. "Solid metal, but they don't make sense. They don't go anywhere." That's when we heard it. A whistle, distant at first, but clear as day. A train whistle, like from an old steam engine, long and mournful in the night air. Matt froze on the tracks, looking back at us with wide eyes. "You hear that?" The whistle came again, louder this time, and with it, a rhythmic chugging sound growing in volume. Chug, 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 like an engine picking up speed. "Matt, get off the tracks," Jake said, his voice cracking. But Matt just stood there, staring down the rails toward the back fence. "There's nothing there," he said. "I can see all the way to the fence. There's nothing." The whistle blasted again, so loud now it seemed to vibrate in my chest. The chugging was faster, louder, and then, I still don't know how to explain this part, the air at the end of the tracks near the fence began to ripple, like heat waves rising from hot pavement, but more solid somehow, more defined. "Matt!" I screamed. "Get off the tracks!" This time he moved, stumbling backward, his eyes fixed on the distortion at the end of the rails. The whistle shrieked again, and now there was another sound underneath it all. A deep, thundering rumble that I could feel through the soles of my shoes. We ran, all 3 of us, sprinting across the yard toward the fence we'd climbed over. I don't think I've ever moved so fast in my life. The whistle was deafening now, the rumbling so intense it felt like the ground itself was shaking. I didn't look back until I'd scrambled over the fence and dropped into the neighbor's yard. When I did, the tracks were still there, gleaming in the moonlight, and above them, The air was still rippling more violently now, like something was pushing through from somewhere else. The whistle gave one last, long blast, and then silence. The rippling stopped, the rumbling faded, but the tracks remained, catching the moonlight like they'd been there for 100 years. We didn't stick around. We ran all the way back to my house and stayed up the rest of the night, too wired and terrified to sleep. We tried to make sense of what we'd seen, but couldn't. By morning, we'd convinced ourselves that maybe the tracks had been there all along, and we just hadn't noticed them when we entered the yard. The next day, we went back, in broad daylight this time, and with my dad's binoculars. We didn't go into the yard again, but from the street behind the property, we could see over the fence clearly enough. The tracks were gone. The yard was just overgrown grass and weeds, exactly as it had been before. Years later, when I was in university, I got curious and did some research on the property. Before the Barretts, the land had been part of a sugarcane farm owned by a man named William Kiernan. He'd lived alone in the house from the 60s until he disappeared in 1987. The police had investigated but found nothing suspicious. It seemed like he'd just walked away one day. I found an old newspaper interview with one of Kiernan's neighbors from back then. The neighbor mentioned that Kiernan was a bit of a recluse, but friendly enough when you talked to him. He said Kiernan would sometimes say strange things about the property, things that didn't make much sense. One quote stuck with me. He'd always say, "It ain't mine to leave. The train still runs. You just have to listen." I've never been back to the Barrett house. I don't know if it's still standing or if it's been demolished to make way for new development. Part of me doesn't want to know. I still don't understand what we saw that night, whether it was some kind of shared hallucination or something else. But I do know that sometimes, when I'm alone late at night, I think I can hear it again. That distant whistle calling through the darkness. Story 18. I've always been sensitive to spirits. Not in a, I can communicate with the dead kind of way, but more like they're drawn to me somehow. My grandmother used to say I had the sight, but I just called it annoying. Throughout my life, I've dealt with small, unexplainable occurrences, items moving, strange noises, feeling watched. But nothing prepared me for what happened in this house. About 7 months ago, my boyfriend and I moved into this beautiful old home built in the early 1900s. The rent was surprisingly affordable for the size, which should have been my first red flag. It has 3 floors, gorgeous woodwork, and those charming old house quirks that realtors like to call character. The landlord mentioned a previous owner had passed away in the house, but that's normal for century-old homes, right? People die. No big deal. While unpacking, I found a yellowed death certificate tucked away in one of the 3rd-floor closets. I probably should have taken that as a sign, but I just thought it was an interesting piece of the house's history and tucked it back where I found it. I didn't want to disturb whatever energy might be attached to it. The first month was perfectly normal. We settled in, arranged our furniture, and started to make the place our own. We even adopted a cat, a sweet orange tabby we named Milo, who seemed to love exploring all the nooks and crannies of the old house. Then weird stuff started happening. One evening, I was heading downstairs when I spotted Milo at the end of the hallway. I called to him, but he just stared at me with these unusually bright eyes. When I walked toward him, he didn't move, not even a tail twitch. As I got closer, I realized something was off about him. His fur pattern wasn't quite right. Just as I reached out to touch him, he vanished, completely disappeared. I ran downstairs to find the real Milo curled up asleep on his favorite chair. I told myself it was just my imagination, a trick of the light in this old house with its weird shadows. But deep down, I knew better. A few nights later, I was sitting on our living room couch with Milo purring on my lap. I was scrolling through my phone, half watching some show on Netflix, when I felt the couch cushion next to me sink down, like physically depress, as if someone had sat down beside me. The indent was clear as day, a perfect butt-shaped depression that appeared out of nowhere. My blood went cold. Milo's head snapped up instantly. He stared at the empty space beside me, his fur standing on end, and let out this low, guttural growl I'd never heard from him before. It wasn't a normal cat sound. It was deep and threatening, almost protective. He kept growling at the empty space for about 30 seconds before the cushion slowly returned to normal. When it did, Milo relaxed and went back to sleep like nothing had happened. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. I just sat there, phone forgotten in my hand, staring at where the invisible person had been sitting next to me. That was just the beginning. The worst part was the nightmares. They started about 2 months after we moved in. Always the same. I'd be lying in bed, unable to move, when I'd become aware of a presence in the room. Then I'd see her, a little girl, maybe 8 or 9 years old, standing at the foot of my bed. She wore a black dress that dripped water onto the floor, creating a puddle beneath her. Her skin was this sickly grey-blue color, like someone who'd been underwater too long, and her long black hair hung in wet strands around her face. But her eyes... God, her eyes were what really terrified me. They were completely black, like empty holes in her face. And she would slowly climb onto the bed, crawling toward me until her face was inches from mine. Then she'd reach out with one tiny pruned hand and press it against my chest, right over my heart. I could feel her trying to pull something out of me, my soul, my energy, whatever you want to call it. I'd struggled to wake up, to move, to scream, but couldn't do anything except lie there as this drowned child tried to extract my essence. I had this exact same nightmare 4 times. Each time I'd wake up gasping, drenched in sweat, with Milo standing on my chest, meowing loudly as if he'd been trying to wake me. My boyfriend never saw her in his dreams, but he started having issues sleeping too. He'd wake up suddenly multiple times throughout the night, though he never remembered why in the morning. The night everything escalated, I'd been reading in the little nook across from the staircase. It was around 11 at night, and my boyfriend was already asleep upstairs. I was having trouble sleeping after those nightmares, so I often stayed up late reading until I was exhausted enough to pass out. I heard it first, a slow, rhythmic dripping sound coming from the landing halfway up the stairs. Drip, 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 like water falling onto wood. I froze, my book forgotten in my hands. The dripping continued, steady and persistent. I looked up slowly, my heart hammering against my ribs so hard I thought it might break through. And there she was, the girl from my nightmares, standing on the landing. Water pooled around her bare feet and dripped from her black dress onto the wooden steps. Her wet hair hung in front of her face, but I could see those black eyes staring at me through the stringy strands. I couldn't move. I couldn't even scream. We just stared at each other for what felt like hours, but was probably only seconds. Then I somehow managed to reach over and switch on the bright overhead light. She vanished. The landing was empty. No water, no little girl, nothing. I ran upstairs, woke my boyfriend, and told him everything. He calmed me down, checked the house, and assured me it was just my imagination. Eventually, I fell into a restless sleep beside him. Milo curled protectively against my side. The next night was worse. We'd gone to bed around 10, and I finally drifted off around midnight. I woke to someone calling my name. A woman's voice, sickeningly sweet, like artificial sugar, whispering my name over and over. Emma. 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 It wasn't coming from any particular direction. It seemed to be all around me, inside my head even. When I opened my eyes, the bedroom lights were flickering, and a high-pitched ringing filled my ears so painfully I had to cover them with my hands. The voice continued, getting louder, more insistent. Emma! 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 I shook my boyfriend awake, but by the time he opened his eyes, the voice had stopped, the lights were steady, and the ringing in my ears was fading. He thought I'd had another nightmare. Just 2 hours later, he sat bolt upright in bed, eyes wide open, staring at the corner of the room. I asked him what was wrong, but he didn't respond, just stared, his breathing rapid and shallow. After about a minute, he lay back down and immediately fell asleep. When I asked him about it in the morning, he had no memory of it. This happened again an hour later. Same sudden awakening, same fixed stare, same lack of memory. Last night was the final straw. I was lying in bed, trying to fall asleep despite my fear, when I heard Milo making that same deep, threatening growl from the hallway. I got up to check on him and found him at the top of the stairs, his body rigid, fur standing on end, staring down into the darkness below. The growl rumbling from his throat didn't sound like it could possibly come from a house cat. It was too deep, too primal. I stood behind him, trying to see what he was seeing, and felt the temperature drop dramatically. The air became so cold I could see my breath. Then I smelled it, a putrid, wet odor like stagnant pond water and decaying vegetation. Something was coming up the stairs. I couldn't see it, but I could hear the slow, heavy footsteps and the familiar dripping sound. Milo's growl intensified, and he arched his back, making himself look twice his size. The footsteps stopped just below the top step, invisible but unmistakably present. The dripping continued. Drip, drip, drip. I stood frozen, unable to retreat, unable to call out. Then Milo did something I'll never forget. He lunged forward, swatting at something I couldn't see, and made this horrible screeching sound like he was in pain. He bolted past me into the bedroom, and I followed, slamming the door behind us. For the rest of the night he hid under the bed, refusing to come out even for treats. This morning I noticed 3 parallel scratches on his side that weren't there before. They're too straight, too evenly spaced to be from another animal. I'm writing this now because I don't know what to do. My boyfriend thinks I'm overreacting, that old houses make noises and cats get scratched during their adventures. But he wasn't there. He didn't see the girl on the landing or feel the presence on the stairs. He didn't hear that woman calling my name. Last night, while hiding under the covers like a scared child, I remembered something the previous tenant had mentioned when we were moving in. She said she was leaving because she couldn't stand the sad energy of the place. I thought she was just being dramatic. Now I'm sitting here watching Milo stare intensely at the empty corner of the room, occasionally hissing at nothing, and I'm wondering if we need to leave too. But there's this weird feeling I can't shake. Like the house doesn't want me to leave. Like whatever is here has been waiting for me specifically. Like I belong here with them. I keep finding myself drawn to that death certificate on the 3rd floor. I haven't touched it again, but I think about it constantly. What if there are others? What if the little girl drowned in a bathtub or a nearby lake? What if the sweet-voiced woman is looking for her? Or what if they're looking for me? Story 19. I still can't explain what happened to me last summer in Florence. It's been almost a year, and I've told this story to maybe 3 people total because I know how it sounds. But I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. My wife Karen and I had been planning this trip to Italy for ages. We decided to go with our friends, Mike and Jen, figuring it would be more fun as a foursome. We're all in our early 40s, not exactly party animals, but we enjoy good food, history, and art. Perfect for Florence. We landed at Florence Airport around 2 in the afternoon last July. The heat hit us like a wall when we stepped outside, that thick Mediterranean summer heat that makes you instantly regret wearing jeans. We grabbed a taxi to our first hotel, this sleek modern place with floor-to-ceiling windows and minimalist furniture. You know the type, everything white, grey and chrome with those fancy rainfall showers. Not really my style, but Karen loved it, especially because we had this incredible view of the Duomo from our window. The first day was perfect. We wandered around, ate gelato that was so good it should be illegal, and had dinner at this tiny restaurant where the owner kept bringing us free limoncello, even though none of us speak a word of Italian. I remember feeling so content that night, watching the sunset turn the city golden from our hotel balcony, Karen's head on my shoulder. Then things got weird. See, we'd only booked that first hotel for one night because of some availability issue. For the rest of our trip, we were moving to this older place closer to the city centre. The travel agent had described it as charming and historic, which usually means small rooms and no elevator, but we were game for a more authentic experience. When we arrived at the second hotel the next morning, I was surprised. It wasn't just old, it was ancient. The building looked like something out of a period film, with this imposing stone facade, ornate wooden doors twice my height, and these little balconies with intricate ironwork. The kind of place that makes you think of counts and countesses from centuries ago. The lobby was equally impressive, all marble floors, dark wood, and these massive oil paintings in gilded frames. The ceiling had to be 20 feet high, with this elaborate fresco of angels and clouds. Not what I was expecting at all for the price we paid. While Mike handled checking us in, I wandered around the lobby, curious about the place. There was this little plaque on the wall with the hotel's history in several languages. I'm a bit of a history buff, so I started reading. Turns out the building was constructed in the 1500s as the residence of some wealthy merchant family. Then, in the 1700s, it became a convent for a while. In the 19th century, it was converted into an asylum, then a hospital during one of the world wars. It only became a hotel in the 1970s. Now, I'm not superstitious, but even I had to chuckle. Convent, asylum, hospital. That's literally the setup for every haunted house movie ever made. I decided right then not to mention any of this to Karen. My wife gets freaked out by horror movies. She'd never sleep if she knew. Our room was on the third floor, at the end of this long corridor with a red carpet that had probably been there since the hotel opened. The walls were lined with these ornate sconces that gave off a soft yellow light, and there was this persistent smell, not unpleasant, just old, like old books and furniture polish. The room itself was beautiful, in that old-world way. High ceilings with crown moulding, a four-poster bed with a canopy, antique furniture that looked valuable but uncomfortable. The bathroom had been modernized, thankfully, but everything else felt like we'd stepped back a couple of centuries. We spent the day doing tourist stuff, the Uffizi Gallery, Ponte Vecchio, all the must-sees. By evening, we were exhausted from walking and the heat. We had dinner at a restaurant near the hotel, and I remember feeling so wiped out that I was struggling to keep my eyes open by dessert. Karen kept laughing at me for yawning into my tiramisu. We got back to the room around 10, and I barely remember brushing my teeth before collapsing into bed. Karen stayed up reading for a while, but I was out cold the second my head hit the pillow. I woke up suddenly. The room was dark except for a thin slice of blue-grey light coming through a gap in the heavy curtains. I glanced at my phone on the nightstand. 5:14 in the morning. That weird time when it's not quite night anymore, but definitely not day yet. I wasn't sure what had woken me. No noise, no movement from Karen beside me. Just that strange feeling you sometimes get when you snap awake for no reason. I lay there, listening to my wife's soft breathing, trying to decide if I should attempt to fall back asleep or just get up. That's when I noticed her. In the corner of the room, between the window and this massive floor-to-ceiling armoire, there was a woman, but not standing, floating. Her feet were about a foot off the ground. I know how this sounds. Trust me, I know. I'm a practical person. I work in insurance, for God's sake. I don't believe in ghosts or the supernatural or any of that stuff. But what I saw was real. She was dressed all in white, a long flowing dress or gown that reminded me of those old paintings of Victorian ladies. Not completely solid, but not transparent either. More like the way heat waves look rising from hot pavement. Visible, but somehow not quite there. I could make out her features clearly enough. Light hair, blonde or maybe silver, arranged in some kind of updo, fair skin, and her face, this is what stays with me. She had the kindest expression, calm, peaceful, like someone watching over a sleeping child. Here's the strangest part. I wasn't afraid, not even startled after the initial shock. There was something about her presence that felt benevolent. Is that the right word? I just remember feeling this overwhelming sense that she meant no harm. We just looked at each other. I don't know how long, maybe 30 seconds, maybe 5 minutes. Time felt weird. I didn't move, didn't speak. Neither did she. It was like we were acknowledging each other's presence, nothing more. Then Karen stirred beside me. Without looking away from the floating woman, I whispered, "Don't look over there, but there's a lady floating in our room." Karen, half asleep, mumbled, "What?" and started to turn over. As soon as she moved, the woman in white started drifting backward, not walking, just receding. She moved straight back through the wall where the window and armoire met, fading as she went until she was gone. The whole thing was so gradual and graceful, like she was being pulled gently by an invisible current. And then nothing. Just our dark hotel room, the sound of early morning birds outside, and my heart hammering in my chest. "Richard, what are you talking about?" Karen asked, now fully awake and looking at me like I'd lost my mind. "How do you explain something like that?" I tried my best, described exactly what I'd seen, how real it had been. Karen, to her credit, didn't dismiss me outright. She knows I'm not the type to make up stories or exaggerate, but I could tell she thought I'd been dreaming. "You were probably still half asleep," she said, touching my arm, "like a waking dream. They can seem incredibly real." Maybe she was right. That would be the rational explanation, but it didn't feel like a dream, before, during, or after. I was fully awake, fully aware. I couldn't fall back asleep. When the sun finally came up properly, I got dressed and went downstairs to get coffee. The night manager was just ending his shift, and something made me mention what I'd seen. His reaction threw me completely. Instead of looking at me like I was crazy, he nodded and reached under the counter, pulling out a form, an actual printed form with the hotel letterhead. "Would you like to document your encounter with the Lady of Florence?" he asked, completely serious, sliding the paper toward me. "We keep records of all sightings." I just stood there, coffee forgotten. "This happens often enough that you have a form?" He smiled, not mockingly, but with understanding. "More often than you might think, sir. This building has seen much history. The lady in white is our most frequent visitor. Most guests find her presence comforting." I asked who she was. "A nun from when the building was a convent, a patient from its hospital days." The manager shrugged. "We don't know for certain. There are theories, of course. Some say she was the daughter of the original family, who died young. Others believe she was a nurse during the time this was a hospital. What matters is that in hundreds of reported sightings over decades, not once has she been described as threatening or malevolent." I declined to fill out the form. Somehow, putting it on paper would have made the experience less special. I can't explain it. But I thanked him and took my coffee back upstairs, my mind racing. We checked out later that morning and moved to our next destination. I never saw the lady again, though I found myself looking for her each night we spent in Italy. I've thought about that morning many times since. Was it a dream, a hallucination, or did I actually see something that exists beyond our understanding? I don't know. I probably never will. But sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I remember her face, that expression of serene kindness, and I feel this strange sense of peace. Whatever I experienced in that old hotel in Florence, it wasn't frightening. It was beautiful in its way. I still don't believe in ghosts, but I believe in what I saw, and sometimes that's enough. Story 20. I never thought I'd be writing something like this. I've always been the rational one in the family, the one who'd roll my eyes at ghost stories. Even though I'm a practicing Christian, I never really thought about demons or spirits as actual things that could interact with our world. That changed about 8 months ago. My grandfather passed away from a heart attack in 2019. It was sudden but peaceful, according to the doctors. We were all devastated, especially my grandmother, who'd been married to him for 52 years. Their home in Mapleton had always been my safe haven growing up. I have so many memories there. Christmas mornings opening presents, summer afternoons picking blackberries from their backyard bushes, and weekend sleepovers where Grandpa would make his famous buttermilk pancakes shaped like Mickey Mouse. After he passed, I started staying overnight with my grandmother once or twice a week. She didn't want to admit it, but I knew she was lonely in that big house. For almost a year, everything was normal. We'd watch her shows, I'd help with dinner, and we'd talk about everyday things. Nothing weird happened, nothing at all. Then things started changing. The first incident happened on a Tuesday night in January. I remember because it was raining hard, and I'd had trouble falling asleep listening to it pound against the window of the guest room, which used to be my mum's childhood bedroom. I finally drifted off around midnight, only to jolt awake at 3:15 in the morning. I still remember seeing those red digital numbers on the nightstand clock. I woke up terrified, not just startled or confused. I mean genuine, heart-pounding, can't-breathe terror. There was no reason for it, no nightmare I could remember, no sound that had woken me, just this overwhelming feeling that something was wrong and I needed protection. What happened next still confuses me. I got out of bed, walked to my backpack and pulled out my Bible. I've owned this Bible since my confirmation when I was 13, but honestly, I rarely opened it outside of Sunday service. Yet there I was, flipping through it frantically at 3 in the morning, like my life depended on finding a specific verse. I started praying out loud, not my usual casual prayers, but desperate pleading prayers. I'm not even sure what I was saying. After about 20 minutes, the feeling subsided. I felt ridiculous sitting there in the dark, clutching my Bible. I put it away and went back to bed, brushing it off as a weird anxiety attack or something. A few weeks later, I was back at my grandmother's house. Everything had been normal all evening. We had lasagna for dinner, watched Wheel of Fortune, and I helped her with some bills before heading to bed around 10. I fell asleep easily that night. Then came the nightmare. I was standing in my grandparents' living room, but it was different somehow, darker, colder. There was someone sitting in my grandfather's old recliner, but it wasn't him. The figure had its back to me, but I could see it was wearing my grandfather's favorite cardigan. When it slowly turned around, I saw it wasn't a normal face. It was painted completely, white with black circles around the eyes, like some twisted mime or clown. It wasn't speaking, just staring at me with this terrible smile. I woke up, gasping for air. And here's the thing. As I was waking up, I physically felt my pillow being yanked from underneath my head. Not sliding off, not me moving. It was pulled with enough force that my head thumped down onto the mattress. I sat up immediately and turned on the lamp. The pillow was on the floor about 3 feet from the bed. I told myself I must have thrashed around during the nightmare and knocked it off. But deep down, I knew that wasn't what happened. A week later, I was sitting with my grandmother in the living room. We were having coffee and talking about possibly repainting the kitchen when, completely out of nowhere, this large fake ficus plant in the corner just toppled over. It wasn't near anything. There was no breeze, no vibration, nothing that could have caused it to fall. It was about 6 feet tall in a heavy ceramic pot, and it had been in that exact spot for years. My grandmother just sighed and said, "Your grandfather never liked that plant anyway," and we cleaned it up. But the look we exchanged told me she was just as confused as I was. That's when things started escalating. One morning I woke up and my throat felt scratchy and sore. I went to the bathroom and nearly screamed when I looked in the mirror. There were 3 distinct scratch marks across my throat, not deep enough to bleed, but definitely red and irritated. Later that day, my back was itching, and when I checked in the mirror, there were similar scratches across my shoulder blade. I don't have sharp fingernails. I keep them short because I type all day at work. I don't sleep with any jewelry on, and there are no pets in my grandmother's house. There was literally nothing that could have caused those scratches. I started noticing shadows moving in my peripheral vision, especially around my grandfather's old office. Grandma had kept it exactly as he left it. His collection of history books still on the shelves, his reading glasses on the desk, even his half-finished crossword puzzle. The door to that room would sometimes be open when I was sure it had been closed, or vice versa. One night, feeling particularly anxious, I placed a small wooden cross on my pillow before going to the bathroom to brush my teeth. It was a cross my grandfather had carved himself. He used to do woodworking in the garage. When I came back to the bedroom less than 5 minutes later, the cross wasn't on the pillow. I found it on a shelf across the room, partially hidden behind some books. My grandmother had been downstairs the whole time, watching her shows with the volume up high like she always does. There's no way she could have come upstairs without me hearing her. Then came the knocking. 3 distinct knocks coming from inside my grandmother's closet in the middle of the night. The first time it happened, I convinced myself it was the house settling or the pipes. The second time, I got up and checked the closet. Nothing unusual, just her clothes and shoes. The third time, the knocks were followed by what sounded like someone dragging their fingernails down the inside of the closet door. I was too terrified to check that time. Last week was the worst incident yet. I had gone grocery shopping for my grandmother and was bringing in the bags from my car. I had made 2 trips already and was coming in with the last few bags when I heard something fall inside the house. When I got to the living room, I saw that my framed high school senior portrait, the one my grandmother keeps on the mantel, had fallen face down on the floor. The glass was cracked in a spiderweb pattern with the center of the impact right over my face in the photo. My grandmother was napping in her bedroom at the time. There was absolutely no one else in the house. I haven't told my grandmother about any of this. She's 83 years, old and has a heart condition. The last thing I want is to frighten her or make her feel unsafe in her own home. Sometimes I wonder if she's experienced anything herself, but she's never mentioned it. She does talk to my grandfather sometimes. Little things like, "Walter, you wouldn't believe what that neighbor boy did today," or "I'm making your favorite pot roast, dear." But that seems normal for someone grieving their spouse. The thing is, I don't believe in ghosts. Not really, but as a Christian I do believe in the existence of demons and evil spirits. What confuses me most is why this would be happening in my grandparents' home of all places. They were devout Christians their entire lives. They hosted Bible study in that living room every Wednesday for 30 years. My grandfather was a deacon at their church. If anything, this should be the last place something evil would manifest. I've tried praying when these things happen. I've recited Bible verses and even tried commanding whatever it is to leave in Jesus' name. But nothing has changed. If anything, the occurrences have become more frequent and more physical. I'm writing this after spending another night at my grandmother's house. I woke up at 3:15 again, exactly the same time as the first incident. This time, I heard my grandfather's voice clearly say my name right next to my ear. It wasn't threatening or scary. It sounded just like him, with that slight rasp he had in his later years. But when I turned on the light, no one was there. I used to look forward to my nights at my grandmother's house. Now, I find myself making excuses to leave before dark. Last night, I had to force myself to stay because she needed help moving some boxes from the attic. Whatever this is, it's taking away one of the few places I've always felt safe and loved. I don't know what to do anymore. I don't understand why this is happening or what it wants. Is it trying to communicate something? Is it trying to scare us away? Is it even connected to my grandfather at all? Or is it just using his voice and memory to manipulate me? All I know is that I'm typing this from my apartment right now, and I've never been so relieved to be in my own space. But my grandmother called this morning and asked if I could come over tonight because she heard strange noises last night and doesn't want to be alone. I don't know how to protect her from something I can't even explain.